Uh, is the number still the number? 70
What's that?
for tonight?
72.
Wow. Morning, EB. Tim.
Yep, 72 as of right now.
That's right, baby Jules. Happy Fantasy Football Summit Day. Hello. I think they're off all week. Mark, I'm just going by the numbers here.
Okay.
And I think they adjusted the numbers for Monday, 8/18.
Okay.
EB, looking forward to it as well. It's from like Sarasota, right? By the way, Bianchi's moving to afternoons. Yeah. I sent an email to their PD. Coffin Bar. AJC. Ah, there she is. Capital letters and all.
He is loud this morning, everybody.
Want me to turn?
Oh, no, all we got to do is get that guy that's moving to Jacksonville, and you can get all excited about him again. Holy cow. You see that picture of David's face that's really close right there? That's what I feel like this morning has become.
Funny, I can barely hear you. Am I supposed to be hearing you?
You should be. I'm where I always am. Here we go.
Try it again.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Tuesday. Hope your week got off to a good start. Hope first day of school for many of you and your families went okay and certainly safely. Once again, just be careful this week. Got to get used to the new traffic patterns. With that being said, how the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. How did first day of school go in your family, Mark?
It went very well. It went very well. The daughter is happy with her teachers. She's happy in general. So, I mean,
Great.
I picked her up. She was in a good mood. That's 1 for 1. I don't know how many of those we'll have because, as she said, today was boring, Dad. All they did was tell us the rules. Like, that's a good day. I don't know what you want on.
Right.
First day of school is unlike any other first day that you have.
Right. I mean,
First day at work is not hard.
Right.
First day at work, they ease you in, but they expect productivity. Even for these NFL players showing up at training camps, first day, probably pretty easy. A lot of weigh-ins, a lot of walk-arounds, and then after that, you get to work. So you really have to enjoy every opportunity that you get to have a quote-unquote easy day.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you're teaching her that. Also, this is 6 of either 13, 17, 19, however many years of schooling you're going to do, young lady. So, this is the program. Get used to it. Enjoy hanging out with your friends on the company dime, if you will.
Right. Big news this year, though. She's a middle schooler, so recess is over. The 5 years of recess after lunch has come to an abrupt end.
Oh, my goodness. So,
yeah.
We're getting serious now.
Damn right.
Right. And meanwhile, you're looking at what you're paying, going, listen, is you sure you can't during lunch they sit down and while they're eating, they could be reading a book.
Darn right they could. You know the way I'd run this sucker.
Do you ever think back though to when you were a student and you're like, oh man, I didn't do this?
Well, first off, what blows me away is how many years they are ahead of. I would imagine you and I did about the same things when certain subjects were introduced, certain things in math that we did, etc.
Sure.
They are years ahead of where we were in multiple subjects. They are learning things much more quickly, which is very impressive to me. But yes, I do laugh at, how good she has it and has no idea how good she has it.
Here's my question, though. All right. And, I hate to start off with this much snark in the first 5 minutes of the show. I really do. I at least try to wait to the second segment. But if they're this far ahead of us with math, how come they can't add anything when we go to pay for stuff? Just a simple question. All right. It's X amount. Come on, we all know it's X amount of money. We hand them the thing. They can't figure out change. If we add change into the equation to try to take pennies out of the equation, to try to make it even so we don't get any coins back or what have you, oh my goodness, put the car in park, smoke them if you got them. This is going to take a while.
Well, one, they're doing algebra, not monetary denominations, which I actually think would apply to all kids. The other part that we've talked about many a time, and it bothers you to no end, we don't use this thing called, wait for it, David, cash.
What?
We do, come on, you know it. You can't even go to a Rays game. Your wallet is useless at a Rays game. You can't even pay cash to park, David. Your wallet at a Rays game is useless. The only thing it could be possibly good for is bribing an usher to get better seats.
I thought you were going to say a doorstop because my wife said to me, hey, you're about to go on the road soon. We need to clean out your wallet. I go, you don't touch my wallet. She goes, oh, I'm going to do more than touch your wallet. She goes, that thing is a health hazard. All right.
It's been where the hell has she been? It's been a health hazard since 2005.
She's only started caring about my health recently.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. So, I don't know why. I mean, I don't know why now. But
life insurance expire?
Well, I was going to say she can cash in the IRAs in my name. I mean, what does she need me to be healthy for? But anyway, that's for another segment. Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday. Hey, this is it. All right, I'm in town so that we're in the same city because we have an event tonight. We do one a year. This is it, baby.
Yeah, I am getting an overdose of Moulton. I try to leave my house right around 5:30. I literally have less than a 2-mile drive from my home to where the studios are. And I leave somewhere around 5:30. A little before, a little after, depends on the day. But I knew that David was going to be here today.
Yep.
And I made a wrongful assumption because it turned out he didn't need any help. But it was my assumption that not only would I have to set up everything that I need to set up for the show,
yep,
that I would then have to take care of David for the show.
Yep.
Which is usually the case.
Right.
So I left even a couple minutes early. I got my wife her coffee, gave her a kiss, off to work. He's already here.
Yep. And I thought, by the way, very considerate, because it's you and the young lady in the studio behind you. And you two, I'm assuming, are used to parking in your designated spots, the closest spot to the back door. So I made sure to park further away, about 4 spaces down. I wanted to make sure you two had your designated parking spots. Didn't want this to get off on a wrong foot.
Well, I do thank you for that, because it was the first thing that I was noticing coming around the corner is where's the blue thing at? And by the blue thing, I meant your vehicle.
Right.
And so you're right. You gave us a little room, but he's here. And for whatever reason, Mr. I'm not a morning guy. He shows up here once a year and he acts like he's an army sergeant that's been getting up at 3:45 for his entire life.
How I love you. How I love you, Mammy. Oh, I got the energy this morning, baby.
He's walking around talking to people.
Yep.
I will say one thing that remained exactly the same is we didn't spend more than 30 seconds talking about this show, even though we had more time together in the same building than we ever do. I had to beat him about the head to try to get it. He's talking. I'm like, can we just for 2 seconds talk about the show?
And I looked at him like, we never do that. We were having a very nice conversation about this particular subject, and you want to interrupt it with a poll question? 2 poll questions? Oh, boy. Okay. All right.
And they are both football related, so that should make everyone happy, because yesterday the AP poll came out, the media members voting on their top college teams in the nation, and Texas is number 1 again.
Are you surprised that apparently this is the first time ever, EVER exclamation point, that Texas is number 1 preseason in both the coaches and media poll?
It did come as a surprise to me. It really did. I mean, it is Texas after all.
Well, right. Now, I will say, when you think about it, I mean, outside of 2005 and 2009, they were undefeated till they lost to Alabama. Preseason, they were expected to be really good that year. But, I mean, for the longest time between Darrell Royal and Mac Brown, there was like a 20-plus year run there where Texas was underachieving. It was kind of like in between John McKay and Pete Carroll, and everybody wondered, what the hell's going on with USC?
Yeah, I did. I guess it surprised me in that a team with that much rich history had never been number 1 before. And
shocked.
It's not something that I pay a lot of attention to. But yes, I was definitely surprised. And now we're going to use the coaches poll at the network level for a little while, because that's the only way we can get a number 1 versus number 2 matchup to start the season, because the Buckeyes were number 3 in the AP poll.
Oh, so we're going to use the coaches poll for 1 week?
I think so. That way we have number 1 versus number 2, David.
By the way, these polls are already incredibly meaningful because the number one team in the country in both polls is an underdog in their first game of the year. First time ever. Number one team in the country, underdog week 1. So, the polls are already very meaningful. Hey, who's the best team in the country? Texas. Oh, well, they're going to be favored in every game they play. Not so fast, my friend. No. Really? Well, how could that be? They're number one. I don't know what to tell you. They're supposed to lose week 1 in Ohio State. Well, is Ohio State number 2? Well, in one of the polls. Well, why aren't they number 2 in the other? Well, because Penn State is. Oh.
And
okay.
It is, I guess, it's not amazing, but it is a little surprising to me, David, that most everybody out there believes that Penn State has the best roster in the country.
Yes.
They have, of the top teams, they have the only quarterback who was a starter last year.
Yes.
Everybody else is breaking in a new starter.
Well, Clemson, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, Yeah, you're right, Clemson. But Notre Dame's breaking in a new starter.
Right.
Georgia kind of, he played
Ohio
a few
State.
games. Ohio State, new starter.
I mean, Texas, the guy's been, waiting in the wings for 2 years, but he started 4 games in 2 years.
So I am surprised that essentially James Franklin apparently has kept Penn State from being ranked number 1.
Absolutely.
And that's the only reason.
Absolutely. And what can I tell you? He sucks. I mean, that's what the pollsters are saying.
Yes, they are. Both the coaches and the media haven't told James Franklin enough lately that he sucks, so they reminded him one more time here in August.
If they had a cardboard cutout as their head coach, they'd be the number 1 team in the country. But since it's James Franklin, well, they're going to lose at least one game they shouldn't have.
So that is, to me, the biggest, I guess, surprise, if you will, in this poll. Because Penn State getting no love for number 1 in either the coaches or the media poll when they've gone out and brought everybody back. They've added some key parts, and they stole arguably one of the best coordinators in the country from Notre Dame to come over to Penn State.
What can I tell you? Head coach sucks. It's getting in the way. All right. Need to keep him home. Don't take him to Columbus. That's what they're saying. Though they got a lot more votes in the media poll than the coaches poll. Coaches really think he sucks. I mean, he shouldn't be mad at the media. Media voted him number 2. Coaches put him number 3. Miller and Moulton, 2 poll questions. We'll unveil them on the other side. And the starting 5 is 25 minutes away. Miller and Moulton.
For over 50 years, the has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your number 1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
because that's where the guy who works here in the afternoon, he's from Detroit and he went to Indiana. Remember, we just rent these studios, guys. We're here in the morning. We don't have anything to do with them after that. Been the same ones forever. David, you're not connected right now.
How did that?
I don't know. Your camera's not connected. I can't even put you on screen.
How'd that happen?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
"21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton. I'm talking.
Yeah, we're
okay.
on the radio, David.
All right.
We're on the
Hey,
radio.
Hey, no reason. I'm just,
But
for whatever
see-
reason, the equipment is telling me nothing's working. So that's all.
Well, I don't know what's happening on Twitch, and to be honest, I don't care because at first we're a radio show and you're
Right.
on the air.
Okay. All right.
When that red light comes on that says on air, that microphone thing, you've got one next to you there. There's a red light there where your mic's turned on and off. It's on right now.
Huh. I can't see it, but you could see it. All right. So you knew I was on. I didn't. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. You know the football magic numbers are 11. Well, hey, you made the case for it, and I relented. 11 days away, week 0. Iowa State, Kansas State, over in Ireland. All right. Kurt Warner's kid playing against Kansas. Tim Brando calling the game. So it's real if Brando's calling it. We're 11 days away from this. It's called week 0. Well, listen, the Big Ten's got, 18 teams and, or 16, and Big 12 doesn't have 12. And so, it's college football. Week 0 makes sense. 16 days away from that Thursday heading into Labor Day weekend, which there's 16 games in 16 days, and 23 days away for the Eagles hosting the Cowboys. We get this NFL party started. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Tonight is our fantasy football summit. Millerandmoulton.com is how you sign up.
Still a couple slots available.
Woo.
We are down to the wire, but if you want to attend tonight, there are still a couple of slots available. Would love to have you there. Go to millerandmoulton.com if you want to attend. We literally, I believe, have 3 tickets left for the event, and then it will be sold out. Steve Carney will join us today in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll talk a little Rays with him and see if he thinks there's any way that they can get themselves back in this race. And we might even talk a little Lightning. He does some work with the Lightning pre and post and can check in with Steve there. And David Samson, in his usual spot, will join us this morning at 9 a.m. But the polls are out, and we kind of went through the top of the poll: Texas, Penn State, Ohio State, Clemson, Georgia, Notre Dame. I think, for the record, they're fine with their top 6 teams, and they may be fine beyond that. But I wanted to structure the poll at the bottom of the top 10 today on 2 fronts. One, who is overrated and who's underrated. So 7 through 10 are as follows. Oregon is number 7. Alabama is number 8. LSU is number 9. And Miami is number 10. The odds are, David, that there will be one team who was preseason top 10 who will not finish in the top 25. We'll have one of those teams that woefully underachieves, whether it's due to injury, whether it's due to them just simply being overrated early. But I want to go the other way, too. I don't want to just be negative this morning.
Really? I'm just surprised. That's all. That's kind of what we do. We're snarky / negative.
When are you going back to Jacksonville?
That would be after tomorrow.
Okay, we can't speed that up.
About 28 hours.
Great. It's going to be a lot of fun. So, out of Oregon, Alabama, LSU, and Miami, which team is the most overrated and which team is the most underrated? On 2 fronts, which of these teams do you look at and say, no, they're not 7, 8, 9, 10. When it comes push to shove, I think they're a Final Four team. Hell, they might even play for the Natty. And then basically, which of these 4 teams do you think won't make the playoff? Because if they're overrated, then the odds are in a 12-team playoff when you add in a group of 5 team and a Big 12 team, which are currently not ranked anywhere in the top 10. Arizona State, the highest Big 12 team at 11, and obviously group of 5 standpoint, we don't have anybody rated except for Boise at 25. So they'll get in the tournament. But which team, 7, 8, 9, 10, I'm basically asking which one won't make the tournament.
Well, and of course, there's that ongoing stat where there's a preseason top 10 team every year that ends up unranked.
Right.
But you're just being kind and saying
that's
which one.
That's
right.
the first poll question. Right. Which one's over? Which one's, ranked well ahead of where they should be? Which one of these teams do you think will not be in the rankings when it's all said and done? And which team do you think is underrated? Well,
don't you have to look at LSU and Miami just simply for who they both play week 1? That in theory, there's a top 10 team. They're both underdogs in their first game. Now, so is Texas, the number 1 team. But, I'm just saying, LSU's at Clemson, Miami's hosting Notre Dame. They're both supposed to start out 0-1. Well, then look at their schedule after that. In LSU's case, that's a schedule.
It is. And some would argue that if not Penn State, LSU has the most talented quarterback at this moment. Right now, the most talented quarterback in the nation plays where? Week 1. It's hard to argue against the LSU quarterback, David.
I'd actually take him over Aller. I really would. Like, projecting forward, which of the two do I think is going to be better on Sunday? I actually think it's Nussmeier. But yes, Aller and Nussmeier are considered, along with Klubenik there at Clemson. That's like your medalists right now. Your preseason, awards, and you want to rank them. That's basically your big 3.
Because as we've talked about, Arch started a couple of games.
Yeah. A lot of potential, a lot of hype.
Ohio State, brand new starter. Georgia, he started a handful of games towards the end of the year. Notre Dame's breaking in a new starter.
Right.
Oregon's breaking in a new starter. Alabama named their starter yesterday.
Could Lloyd Carr's grandson lead Notre Dame to a playoff game against Michigan? Come on, please. At some point this year or next year.
Well, that's going to be on Michigan more than it's going to be on Notre Dame.
I know.
If I were to ask you in the next 3 years, let's say CJ Carr plays 3 years at Notre Dame, how many times do you think Notre Dame will make the playoff?
2.
Minimum.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They've got it going on right now. They're recruiting at a high level.
Yes.
They seemingly have been able to get quarterbacks, and that's key.
Yep.
I think they're well coached. Their money is limitless.
Yes.
It just is.
Yes, it is.
They've got it going on. They're doing well in the portal. There's not a bad thing. And trust me, if there were bad things to say about Notre Dame, I'd say them.
Yes, you would.
I would say them openly. But I don't see any right now.
No.
Okay, so it's all on Michigan. How many times is Michigan going to make the playoff out of the next 3 years?
1. Because they're not making it this year.
Right.
So.
Right.
Now, remember, this sucker's, we think, going to go to 16 and go to 16 quickly. But then again, right now they can't agree. So who knows? Maybe it's 12 this year and it's 12 next year. But I'll put 2 out of 3 for Notre Dame, which would be disappointing. You're right. Mark, we're now to the point where you and I grew up. You and I grew up every year. Notre Dame preseason was blank. Although kind of your late teens was, or mid-teens, that was their downturn. Jerry Faust and, but the preseason hype, Faust's first game, I believe they were number 2 or 3 in the country. He hadn't coached a game yet. That was their preseason ranking. I grew up, Notre Dame was expected to compete for the Natty every year. And if they didn't, it was a disappointing year. Hell, to my grandparents, it was a disappointing year if they didn't win the Natty.
It is amazing as I'm listening to you say that, and I know you're accurate in what you're saying. Growing up in Big Ten country, those were not the expectations for Michigan or Ohio State. That was never, are they going to win the Natty?
It was, are they going to go?
Are
to the
they going
Rose
to go
Bowl?
to the Rose Bowl?
Right.
I mean, I was just listening to you say that going, I don't know of what you speak, because the hype where I grew up was, will Michigan go to the Rose Bowl? That was it.
And just go also.
Yeah.
They didn't even talk about winning. It was just, hey, get to Pasadena. If we get to Pasadena, this has been a hell of a year. Everything after that is fool's gold.
So a little overrated, underrated with the bottom part of the top 10 in the AP poll for our poll questions. The starting 5. Apparently, it's 5 things you need to know. It's next.
Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, they can't hear you with your microphone off. I turned it on now.
So it's on now?
It is.
Okay. I have no idea why the banners are what they are. Guy who does the studio here. It's the same banners for the last 3 years. I don't know why people are shocked or pleasantly, pleased at what's behind me. Dumper Otani Schwarber. It's a great question. I know Dumper has the lead, but that's the worst ballpark to hit in. I'd probably go Schwarber. DTW combed the hair the exact same way. So it's a side view.
Wow.
I know.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Steve Carney will join us 1 hour from now. It's a Tuesday. That means David Samson at the top of the bonus hour, 9 a.m. Eastern, here on Miller and Moulton. I say we do it. I'm ready. I got a full. By the way, when you do yours, does it look like that?
Well, I can't write that small. You use every square inch of the piece of paper.
I do.
I need to be able to read it later than when I write it. And you, every once in a while, can't read your own writing.
That is true.
And I need to make sure I'm messier than you when I write. So I use usually 4 to 5 pages in my notebook.
Oh, wow. It's impressive. I have about 4 to 5 arrows. Okay, I do. It's tough to keep track, but we'll give it a shot. Time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
Are they the number one story in sports? The Milwaukee Brewers? 10 in a row. 10 in a row. Far and away the best record in baseball. Doing it on a payroll that's at best the 24th highest payroll, and at worst it's been slotted at 26th. They're barely spending over $100 million. Hell, the Mets are spending that on 3 players.
Well, it's not just that they won 10 in a row. It's the second time this year that they've had a double-digit winning streak.
That seems impressive to me.
Has not been done in 6 years. The last time that happened in Major League Baseball was 2019. So I don't know if they're the story of sports. They should be. They should be, but after all, they're the Milwaukee Brewers, and I don't think any of their players were hurt in training camp yesterday.
Which I understand that's, a bigger story to most. But damn it, to me, they're the best story in sports. I want to give them their due. Here's the deal. By the way, 7-1 winners over the Pirates yesterday. They face Skeens today. First off, this is the best odds you can get on Skeens all year. Skeens is a virtual pick'em in the game today. All right. He's a favorite every time he pitches. And this is how hot the Brewers are, Mark. Those whole BPI and what have you, they give you chances of winning. The Pirates have Skeens on the hill. They're a 38% chance to win. That's how good and hot the Brewers are.
Well as Skeens pitched, what's his record on the year?
Is it 7-8?
I think so.
Yeah. ERA is just under 2.
Right.
Uh-huh. Brewers lead is 6.5 over the Cubs. Oh, by the way. Houston beat Crochet and the Red Sox yesterday 7-6. Their lead in the West is now a full game over the idle Mariners. Boston trails Toronto by 4.5 in the East. Yankees hit 4 homers. Bellinger, Stanton, Rice, and Chisholm go deep. Yankees now have a full game lead over the Guardians for the final wild card spot in the American League. Buxton did come off the injured list and homer for the Twins, but the Yankees won 6-2. Detroit picked up a half game in the Central standings. Spencer Torkelson with a homer in the ninth. Holy Spencer Torkelson.
It's my wife's favorite player just because she likes the name. She likes saying Torkelson.
Torkelson?
Yeah.
Is that like Pitsnoggle?
I think so. To her, it is.
Torkelson's her Pitsnoggle?
It is. She just laughs every time she hears his name.
And you're like, honey, I cry every time I hear his name because he was supposed to be a stud and he's been inconsistent at best, but he was big in the ninth last night. 2-1 Tigers over the White Sox. Their lead is 6.5 in the Central. This just in. The Phillies are good and they're on a bit of a roll. They've won 4 in a row, 4-1 over the Reds. They scored 4 in the eighth. Schwarber with his 42nd home run. There was a good question asked in the Twitch chat room. So do you go Big Dumper, who's got 45, Schwarber with 42, or Ohtani with 42, because he homered last night? Who do you think wins the home run title? Just throwing it out there.
I would go with Schwarber because of the ballpark he plays in.
I like that.
That would be my reasoning behind it. I think what's even more interesting now is, can the Big Dumper win the MVP?
Oh, heck yeah.
I mean,
heck yeah.
And I know Ohtani's a virtual lock every year in the National League, but is he a lock this year?
Shouldn't be.
So
Shouldn't be.
To me, those are the bigger baseball questions.
All right. Phillies lead is 6. Reds with the loss, 2 back of the Mets for the final wild card spot. The Rays snap a 3-game skid. Brandon Lau and Junior Caminero went back-to-back in their 7-4 win over the A's. Number 33 for Caminero. He's on pace for 40-plus homers and 100-plus RBIs.
He's a stud, David.
And he's in anonymity. By the way, the Rays should sign him to one of those contracts that the Red Sox just signed to their guy and what have you. Although I would never let my client sign those contracts. I'm sorry, we're rolling the dice. Acuna signed that contract now. This Anthony kid signed it. I mean, literally, they could be leaving over $200 million on the table. I would not cut those teams.
We said the same thing really about Mahomes when he signed his deal early on, the money he left on the table. The difference is Patrick Mahomes will make that back in endorsements. Baseball players like the guys you're mentioning aren't getting the endorsement deals that the NFL players are getting these days.
Angels get 2 homers from Zach Neto in a 7-4 win over the Dodgers. Ohtani did hit his 42nd homer in the loss. You combine the Dodgers loss with the Giants losing to the Padres 4-1. San Diego win, Dodgers loss. The Padres are a game back in the West. They scored 3 in the 7th to win it. Yu Darvish is beginning to pitch well. Look out for the Padres, who don't fear the Dodgers, by the way. And they genuinely dislike each other. Would love to see them play in the playoffs again. Would love it. Now.
I'd rather see it for an NLCS. I mean, I'd rather see it for 7 than 5, if you know what I mean.
I do.
I'd really like to see a longer series, David.
So Texas was down 6-1 to Arizona. They came all the way back, got a tying homer in the 9th, and then won it in 10, snapping a 4-game skid. 7-6 the Rangers over the Diamondbacks. Texas 2.5 behind the Yankees for a playoff spot. Cardinals rally in the 8th inning. Brendan Donovan pinch hit 2 RBI double. St. Louis 3-2 over Colorado. Hey, if we're talking about the Reds being 2 back, the Cardinals are 3 back.
Exactly. And
the Mets
they're
suck.
playing the Rockies right
Right.
now. I mean, this is a chance, an opportunity for the Cards.
Kansas City a 4-run 6. They beat Washington 7-4 to get within a game of 500. Bet Washington tonight. The Royals seemingly can't get back to the Mendoza line. NFL news. John Gruden had a good day yesterday.
He sure did.
Nevada Supreme Court in a 5-2 ruling said, yeah, this whole thing about your lawsuit against the NFL being adjudicated by Roger Goodell, they actually said that it's, quote, unconscionable, unquote. The NFL's only option now is to appeal this decision to the Supreme Court. Otherwise, this matter goes to court in Nevada. It does not go before an arbiter who would have been Goodell. Interesting. Steelers captain Cam Hayward strongly suggested yesterday he is willing to miss regular season games in order to renegotiate his contract. 49ers say that wide receiver Brandon Ayuk hopefully can return by week 6. Remember, he blew out both his ACL and his MCL in his right knee. Eagles did an MRI on Landon Dickerson yesterday. The word is they're hopeful he can play opening night against the Cowboys in 23 days. There are rumors about he's going to have some minor right knee surgery. Anyway, Eagles didn't practice yesterday. They didn't meet with the media yesterday. They're practicing and meeting with the media at 10 a.m. today. We'll see how the Eagles handle the Landon Dickerson situation. Do they talk about it? Are they open about it? Usually they are. We'll see how they handle this. Matthew Stafford was expected to practice yesterday. He didn't, but the Rams continue to insist. If it's the regular season, I'll be good.
When, in all seriousness, David, when, if you're a Rams fan, do you begin to really worry about Stafford playing the opener or how much he's going to play this year? Because I'm not worried at all right now. It's August the 12th. When would you start to worry?
Let's see. It's 26 days until the Rams play. Yeah, not for another 22, I think, before I'd start getting worried.
Fair enough.
The Wednesday leading into practice before their first game, if he's not practicing that Wednesday, I'm officially concerned.
Okay.
Until then, I'm good. Dolphins, unfortunately, lose running back Alexander Madison. He landed on his neck. He's having season-ending neck surgery. Miami signed a couple of veteran running backs, Aaron Shampkin and Mike Boone, to replace Madison. Texans tight end Brevin Jordan, they fear he suffered a lower right leg injury that'll keep him out the rest of the year. The Saints fear the same thing about their center, Will Clapp. He has a foot injury. College football, we talked about it. AP Top 25 released yesterday. Texas #1 for the first time ever. That is just difficult to believe. 5th straight year, the SEC is the #1 team preseason in the AP poll. Penn State 2, Ohio State 3, which is different than how it was in the coaches. You flip-flop them in the coaches poll. Clemson, Georgia, Notre Dame round out the top 6. Miami at 10. Florida, 2 spots better, according to the media, 15th in the AP poll. 10 SEC teams in the top 25. You had 9 in the coaches poll. 6 Big 10, 4 Big 12, 3 ACC. Throw in Notre Dame and Boise State, and there's your 25. Other college football news, Alabama made it official. Ty Simpson is their quarterback. This is his 4th year in the program. Last 2 years, he was officially the backup, didn't play much. E.J. Warner, son of Kurt Warner, named starting quarterback at Fresno State. They're at Kansas, week 0 in 11 days. Warner started 31 games the last 3 years at Temple and Rice. And we end, unfortunately, with a sad note. Racing over the weekend, it was Saturday night, 53-year-old Robbie Brewer got into a wreck in the Sportsman Series race at Bowman Gray. That's Winston-Salem. Yeah, he ended up dying. They won't specifically say, Mark, did he die from injuries of the crash, or since they're leaving it a little vague, there's some wondering, did he have a heart attack, which caused the crash? But anyway, Robbie Brewer, an experienced racer, 53 years old, who was a Sportsman Series champion, died. And unfortunately, that's my last story. I wish I had something else. Okay. I couldn't find anything else to put last.
What about Golden State beating Connecticut last night in the WNBA?
I didn't even look at the WNBA scoreboard because they don't play Monday nights.
Yeah, they do.
Huh.
Golden State beat Connecticut, David.
Well, Connecticut sucks. They're like 5-26.
Well, I will say yesterday's poll question of the 5 big stories you need to know, which of these stories did you not need to know? Over 50% said the WNBA.
Well, there you go. I'm just listening to our pollsters, Mark.
That's usually what you do when it comes to the starting five.
That's why I didn't include it in.
Couldn't believe we didn't have any Indy racing on there.
Okay, well, we had the Sportsman Series racing in
Right.
9 minutes before the hour. That was the starting five. 5 big stories and that WNBA score that you needed to know here on Miller and Moulton.
So we ask you today, not one, but two poll questions. Which AP top 10 team is most underrated? And I put in quotations, or in parentheses rather, most likely to finish the season in the Final Four. Oregon, Alabama, LSU, and Miami are your choices. Those are the teams ranked 7 through 10. And then we ask, which of those teams is the most overrated, most likely to finish the season unranked? Right now, 85% of you say the Miami Hurricanes.
That's who I voted for, too.
I did, too, and I hemmed and hawed between Alabama and Miami.
Ooh, really? You considered Bama?
Yes. Because, and I picked LSU as the most underrated. They have the best quarterback of the 4 teams listed.
Agreed.
So I went with LSU as the team that I think is the most underrated. The funny thing is I think LSU can still lose week 1 and get into the playoff.
Oh,
it
sure.
will be difficult. But if Clemson is everything that most people think that they are, losing on the road at Clemson, I mean, what does LSU do week 1? They lose. They're good at it. Brian Kelly's invested a lot of time and energy in trying to fix the week 1 woes of his LSU Tigers. We'll see if they can do it this year. Would be a bigger loss for Clemson. 1, because they're at home. 2, because they're in the ACC. And I think at the end of the day, it could, if they don't win the ACC title, come back and bite them. Miller and Moulton. David Samson will join us at 9 o'clock. Steve Carney will join us in about 45 minutes' time right here on Miller and Moulton.
It's time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula Show Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you. It's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You know, I've got a poll question for tomorrow already.
Wow.
Which rookie will start first? Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart? And you could put neither will start this year as one of the answers.
I like that. Although you could see very late in the year, final game of the season.
I think before that for both, if once they're out of it, all bets are off. I didn't think Sanders would start a game. Now I think there's a chance by week 10 or 11 he's playing.
We're not. We're going to see each other tonight at the fantasy event.
Yeah, there's no way we're having lunch together today. I can assure you of that.
Besides, I have a hotel room with the air pumping. It's like 67 degrees. There will be a nap at some point today. No, Sonny, the Giants will not have a quarterback controversy.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Steve Carney in about 35 minutes time. David Samson, 2 hours from now. Help me out here. All right. We were talking about, education at the top of the show and math and how much more advanced the kids are today. So I'm going to try to do some math here. You tell me if I get it right. So the Gators are 15th in the country in the AP poll.
Okay.
I've got them playing 5 teams that are ranked ahead of them in the preseason top 25. Texas at 1, Georgia at 5, LSU at 9, Miami at 10, South Carolina at 13.
Seems to be accurate.
They have South Carolina on the schedule, don't they?
I don't think they do, David. I could be wrong. Hang on, let me get the Gator schedule in front of me. They don't play South Carolina.
Okay, so they only play 4 teams ranked ahead of them.
Right.
They also have on their schedule A&M, correct?
That's correct, on the road.
They have Ole Miss.
On the road as well.
And they have Tennessee.
Home game, second game from the season.
They do not play Oklahoma, correct?
They do not play Oklahoma, nor do they play South Carolina.
All right. That is currently, it's preseason, obviously. This could turn out to be a bunch of you-know-what. That's 7 ranked teams. LSU's got 6, according to my count. The Gators play 7 teams ranked. 7. Now they get Texas at home. Georgia's neutral. They're at LSU, correct?
Yes.
Also, help me out here. Don't they have 4 ranked games in a row in the first half of the season?
LSU, Miami, bye week, Texas, A&M.
And then isn't it like shortly thereafter, bye week, Georgia?
Well, Mississippi State, bye week, Georgia.
Okay. So
but they have 4 in a row with the bye week in the middle of LSU and Miami, both on the road, Texas at home, and then at A&M.
So 4 in a row, and then, a gimme, a bye, and Georgia. So they have a 6-game stretch in the middle of the season where they play 5 ranked teams.
Right. I mean, after Georgia, they go to Kentucky, then 2 Ole Miss and Tennessee. So they play 3 ranked teams in 4 weeks. They play 4 ranked teams in 5 weeks. Although I could be dead wrong, and they're ranked 24th, but I think Tennessee's vastly overrated.
Well, didn't the coaches have them like 22 or something like that?
I don't think they're a top 25 team right now. And I get it. We're going to rank so many SEC teams up there that inevitably somehow Vanderbilt's going to get ranked at some point. But you know what I'm getting at here.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to take the 10th team ranked in a conference that seriously.
By the way, Florida State got 8 votes in the AP Top 25.
I know.
They went 2-10 last year.
They did.
That's a fairly big leap. Don't you have to plan, if you're filling out a top 25, don't you have to plan on a team going 8-4? You can't count on 7-5 getting ranked, right?
I don't think so. And look I think 8-4 is doable. In fact, I picked Florida State over 7.5. I think they win 8 games this year, but that's it. So they might backdoor their way into a top 25. It's possible. But when I look at this, we have our poll questions about 7, 8, 9, and 10. I'm curious, is there anybody in the top 6, David, that you think is ranked either far too high or far too low? Like, I could make the case that Notre Dame is not ranked high enough. They're the 6th ranked team in the country. And if they were 3rd, I don't think I'd have much of a problem with it. Now, the problem is you had to replace it with somebody. But I think if I were voting, I would vote Penn State number 1. I get that James Franklin's their coach. I understand it. But looking at their roster, looking at their schedule, and yes, they're going to be an underdog at Ohio State. I don't see how Penn State doesn't play for a Big Ten title. And I don't see how Penn State's not in the tournament. I think the same thing about Notre Dame. Whereas Texas and Georgia, yeah, they're probably in, but as good as the SEC's is this year, Both of them basically starting with new quarterbacks. Can you have those type of guarantees on fresh faces, new quarterbacks in that conference being guaranteed playoff teams?
One question. If you were to fill out a preseason top 25, are you filling them out as you think they are today, or are you filling them out as you think they will be essentially on December 1st?
No, I would fill them out as I think they are today.
Okay.
Heading into the season. And you know me, David, my polls would vastly change week to week.
Yes.
A team that could be number 1 could drop to number 5, and they could win. But if they don't look good in doing so, and Team B does, what if Texas goes in and whoops the Buckeyes? Holy cow.
Holy guacamole.
But on the other side, what if Arch doesn't play well and Ohio State wins at home? How far down are we putting Texas? It's a 1 versus 2 or a 1 versus 3 game, depending on what poll you're looking at.
Well, I just want to try to have some fun, take a look at the team that's highly ranked and wonder, is there any way they could miss the playoff? Remember, the playoff's still at 12. But if you're in the Big Ten or the SEC, you've got to look at a school and go, well, can they finish at least 4th, if not 5th? Last year, only 3 SEC teams made it, 4 Big Ten teams made it. But to me, let's just say Texas loses the opener. They do have a fascinating back-to-back sequence the first 2 weeks of October. They're at the Swamp, and then they've got the Red River rivalry shootout, whatever. Okay, it's the shootout to me, but against Oklahoma. And you could take everything and throw it out the window in that game. And we've seen it over the last 30 years. It doesn't matter at all. I mean, Charlie Strong took a bad Texas team in there and whooped Oklahoma one year. And Oklahoma's done it to some good Texas teams too.
Hey, look it. Texas is really good. I get it. They have spent a ton of money on this roster.
Right.
Arch Manning is projected to be the next end-all, be-all at the quarterback position.
Yep.
But if I told you that they were just going to lose road games to ranked teams, that's it.
Right.
They lose their road games to the ranked teams they play.
That's 9-3.
Thank you very much, David. That's 9-3.
Right.
That means they would have lost to Ohio State and Columbus. They would have lost to Florida in the Swamp, and they would have lost to Georgia in Athens. Is that all that far-fetched?
So that Texas's best wins are A&M and Oklahoma?
Right.
And is that enough to get them in at 9-3? I know they're Texas, but also the Georgia loss, if it were to happen, is November 15th.
And their games to make up for that loss would be Arkansas and A&M at home. And let's be brutally honest here. Do we really expect anything from Arkansas? Probably not. Do we really expect A&M to perform better than their preseason expectations? And David, I'll throw it out with this question, because you are the historian of this show. You let me know the last time that A&M outperformed their expectations.
Oh.
I'll hang up and listen.
Well, it's the year that everybody's forgotten. It's the pandemic year of 2020.
Which doesn't count.
Right. Kellen Mond only lost the one game, and it was to Alabama, who was the undefeated national champion that year. I think they finished 5th in a 4-team playoff year. But seriously, it's the only time recently. Well, probably first year of Manziel. When they went 10-2, they beat Alabama, they beat Oklahoma in the Cotton. Okay, so, you've got twice
this century.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Right.
So to make an overgeneralization, Texas A&M typically does not live up to expectations.
Right. -1, you put next to A&M, whatever the projection is, you go, I'll go a game less.
Right.
Right.
And as our poll question plays out with which team is the most overrated and underrated out of the teams ranked 7, 8, 9, and 10, Miami is the one getting the most overrated title. And hey,
They've earned it.
You guys are on point here.
They've
The
earned it.
Miami Hurricanes have earned that distinction.
They've earned it. I will say perception is, to me, funny in college football. Like Brian Kelly can't coach, right? Brian Kelly can't win. Brian Kelly can't win the big game. Brian Kelly at Notre Dame took Notre Dame in the 20 teens. He took them to the playoff or the national championship game 3 times. And yet Brian Kelly is apparently a dog. He's like a step ahead of Cristobal right now. I mean, he just can't coach. And it's like, did you see what he did at Notre Dame? I mean, come on. This is not, the rules were very different in 2012, 2017, and 2019. Very different. Okay. And I get it. A lot of people don't like Brian Kelly. I get he's earned it. He can be a horse's butt. Okay. The accent comes and goes and, the whole deal. Brian Kelly at LSU, that seems like water and oil. It does. But all of a sudden, Brian Kelly can't coach? Seriously? What happened to 2 years ago, the Saturday night against Nick Saban in Alabama, and he went for 2 and they made it and they won, and how gutsy he was. Look at Brian Kelly's already got LSU back. Now he's a dog.
It would be I can't believe all these poll questions I'm coming up with. But just based on that, David, you have to pick one of these coaches to coach your big game for you. Who do you pick?
I love it.
Cristobal,
no.
Franklin, Brian Kelly.
Brian Kelly.
Brian Kelly would be the easy answer for me. But
Yep.
and you can throw Lincoln Riley on. There's a bunch of them you could throw on there.
Wow. I like this poll court. You are on fire. Fire.
So college football's on the brain. Yes. How many days away do we have to week 0?
11, Mark.
That's right, baby. That's right.
Baby.
And one of those Big 12 teams could be playing for a Big 12 title. That's why it's relevant to me.
Okay. All right. K-State, Iowa State, and Dublin in 11 days. Kansas hosting Fresno State.
Big 12 action, baby. Get ready for it.
Big 12 action. Is that like Maction?
Without the snow. Miller and Moulton. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And Virtue, that quarterback question, no, you cannot put Stidham in that. You can't, because the only way Stidham gets in is with injury. Nix is the starting quarterback. When you look at the other two that I mentioned, yes, Flacco is going to be the starting quarterback, but the expectations for the Broncos are to go to the playoffs, maybe win a division, maybe take a deep run, but their expectations are quite high. When you look at the Giants and you look at the Browns, they're both expected to pick in the top 10. And at some point, if either of those teams, when they're mathematically eliminated, they may want to go with one of the rookie quarterbacks to see what it is they have. And I don't think Dylan Gabriel's tradable right now because he's hurt, Michael. I think what'll happen is what Pat said. They'll stick him on the IR because they've got either he or Pickett on the IR. By all indications are Pickett's injury is worse than Gabriel's. They both have hamstring injuries, and Pickett's is apparently worse by all accounts. He has more crap with him. I don't know what he's going for now, but he has got a lot of stuff with him this morning, folks. It is, he's gone double snack wrap to get the thing kicked off today. He opened with the double snack wrap. That's what he was chowing on when I went in to make sure everything was working. Now he's got 2 Powerades or Gatorades or whatever the hell it is. Looks like a Powerade to me by the bottle.
I finished the orange one. I've got the red one left.
And now he's got 2 waters to back that up with. Without a lid.
Yeah, my wife cleaned out my car on me. She threw out my big cup. It's a problem. I had a great steak at the Capitol Grill last night.
Wow, look at you going all out. What the hell?
I know.
Did you get lost? Did you make a wrong turn?
No, it was.
Or did someone offer to buy your dinner for you?
So it was someone else's turn to buy.
Oh, okay.
And that's where they wanted to go.
Wow. I mean,
I know.
That place, I would argue, has the best service of any restaurant, certainly of any restaurant chain that you will go to. But I would argue that Capitol Grill has the best service of just about any restaurant I've been to. The amount of crumbs that they clean off you, like when you're eating bread and they start with the crumb comb, that has got to petrify you, David.
Well, I will say, when they swapped out my linen as I sat down, okay, I started to get the shakes, even though I was in Lee County. That's the best steak I've had in the 2020s. Without question. Not even close. That's how good it was. Mashed potatoes were great too. Treated myself to a Peroni. I was living last night, Mark. I was out late.
I don't know if that's a really called living, but knock yourself
out. For me,
out.
it is. For me, that's bat blank crazy right there. I was out late, Mark. I didn't get back to the hotel. It was like 5 to 9.
Watched that movie Founders yesterday with Michael Keaton where he plays Ray Kroc.
Right.
Not bad. I like documentary type movie, biopics or whatever. So
sure.
I thought it was all right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Steve Carney to join us in a little more than 15 minutes. We'll just look ahead Right, we'll just start talking about the 2026 Rays season, because this one's over. And how much would it cost to sign Junior Caminero to one of those 8-9-year deals?
Get it done.
Totally.
Get it done. Do what you can now. This kid said it when I went to see them play earlier this year, David. That kid, there's just, when it comes off the bat, it just sounds a little differently.
If you and I were the new owners, first thing we'd do.
Absolutely.
All right.
I'd lock him in right now.
We'd have the opening presser, and we'd get 2 weeks of goodwill and what have you. And before the winter meetings and everything started, we'd sit down, we'd announce a long-term deal. Here's the face of the franchise. Here's your star. Here's the guy who's going to be the cover of the magazines and the yearbooks and the whole deal. This is who you're going to see when we build that new stadium. Okay, this is the guy who's going to take the lineup card to home plate right here. Get to know him. He'll be signing autographs at Publixes all over the county. Miller and Moulton brought to you in part by Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe. We're having our fantasy draft, sorta, there tonight. You should be having your fantasy draft at Shoeless Joe's. Free private rooms, great free Wi-Fi, food and drink specials throughout the draft. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia every Tuesdays and Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays, live music and karaoke on the deck. The special tonight are burgers and fries for $8.
Wait a minute. Bingo on Tuesday?
Bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Have a ball at the Summit. I'll be in the other room playing bingo.
I figure we'll get it started. Dr. Roto will start talking. Mark is gone.
Yeah, I'll record it on my phone, listen later. I mean, holy cow, I got bingo to play.
Down the hall and to the right.
Woo.
Mark is gone. Anyway, Shoeless Joe's in the Bell Tower Shops, located in the Doubletree by Hilton, Fort Myers. We're having our fantasy football summit. The hours are dwindling. Last chance to sign up, millerandmoulton.com. We're going to have a good turnout tonight. I think our best ever. All right, we're excited
For sure
about
our best
that.
ever. For sure our best ever.
And we're excited about that. And we hope that we got folks traveling in, driving 100+ miles coming to the event tonight. We're looking forward to it. Hope to see you there, millerandmoulton.com.
So I don't even know if I should go here, but I'm going to. I see clips of it. I don't watch a ton of or listen to a ton of podcasts regularly. I take in a lot of Bud Elliott's Cover 3 with his group of guys.
Right?
I think they do a good job. I do the occasional Phil Steele podcast when he does
Okay.
his gambling podcast. Sometimes I'll catch that. But I don't have appointment listening to download certain podcasts. I see more clips from them. You know, I think Julian Edelman has one. What I see is hysterical. I mean,
It really is.
the clips are really funny. There have been a couple of hockey ones that I have been, and it's not even, I guess it is Spit and Chicklets had on a former guy that played in the Coast for John Brophy. And Brophy was the coach when I was in the league of the Hampton Roads Admirals. He's the only coach I've ever been scared of. I mean, like you had your incident with Buddy Ryan. You were not scared of Buddy Ryan.
No.
You challenged Buddy Ryan. You were
did.
young and stupid.
I was.
I was never in a confrontational matter with any coaches. I interviewed all of them. Brophy scared the bejibbers out of me.
Huh.
The stories were legendary of John Brophy. He threw a saw into the crowd. I'm not joking. He threw a table, not like a hand saw. He threw it in the crowd. He also was apparently wanted by law enforcement after one of the games for something that he did. So they put him in the stick bag, loaded the bag up on the bus, and drove out of the arena, at which point they stopped the bus and Brophy got out of the stick bag. The stories about Brof are legendary.
Isn't the coach's award like named after him?
I think so.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, great and a travesty all at the same time. So I've seen some clips from that, but I think if anybody spends any time, whether it's on YouTube Shorts or on Instagram or on X or TikTok, you run across clips from the New Heights podcast, the Kelsey brothers.
Right.
They finally got their guest. You know, he's only dated her for 2 years.
2
and
years.
He's finally able to get her on his podcast.
She doesn't do podcasts.
I know, and she's doing his. So I don't know if this makes every NFL fan hate him more. You know, because this means, you know, all the Swifties will be piling onto this.
Totally.
And how the new album's received and all of the things that go with it.
She broke the news, okay, that she's got a new album in the tease for her on their podcast.
Right. By
Yeah.
the way, she just craps out albums. No, I mean, she puts out a lot of material.
This is number 12? I think it's her 12th. I think that's like part of the promotion too. Okay, that this is her 12th.
Well, that would make sense because the album's called T12, right?
Right, right. TS12, I think,
Right.
is what they were promoting it as. So, yeah.
But I mean, she kind of craps these things out. I mean,
I wonder, by the way, is she just going to be done? Like,
why?
Well, I'm just wondering, like, if they're going to get married, she's going to have a kid or two, and she's going to be like, no, man, I'm done. I'll see you in 10, 15 years with a Vegas residency. I'm done.
Boy, I would be amazed. I would be absolutely amazed.
Yeah, it's
for
probably
the stardom
wrong.
level she's reached
Sure.
and what she's accomplished. I mean, she's taken down the biggest names in the music business.
Totally.
For sales and tours and all of the things she's done.
By the way, as scared as you were of John Brophy, that's how scared of everybody in the music industry is of honking off her fan base.
Exactly. And, it's an interesting time for the NFL because they love the fan base that comes with Taylor Swift.
Oh, my goodness, do they ever?
But they're scared to ever say the wrong thing for what the fan base could do to them. So I did find that funny. By the way, it is time for the coolest thing I've seen today, and that is not it. The coolest thing I've seen today is brought to you by Air Advantage. Online, myairadvantage.com, or call today. That number is 239-433-4635. That's 433-4635. David, have you ever heard of Matt, I'm going to make sure I get his name right, Stutzman, I believe is how you say it.
Huh.
He was known as the armless archer.
No.
He became one of the world's best archery participants. Did I mention that he doesn't have arms?
That would seem to make arching difficult.
Right. He has competed at the highest level in archery, despite being born without arms.
Huh.
But he apparently has either put that career on hiatus or I believe retired from archery because he is now pursuing yet another career. It, of course, is what you would imagine for somebody without arms. He's now a stock car racer. I'm not making this up. David is looking at me like I have three heads right now.
Well, all right. I mean, he's obviously now got, replacement arms, right? Mechanical. No.
He's armless.
What?
He just topped 200 miles per hour in a drag car. His quest is to now know what 300 miles an hour feels like.
Well, don't we all?
So I'm just, first off, I was amazed at the archery stuff. That blew me away, watching him pull a bow and arrow with his feet. Now he's driving a stock car. And I find something cooler than that today, David.
No, he wins.
He wins pretty much every day for this. If this segment goes away after today, I feel like I did its just due with this story.
Wow.
He has a YouTube channel where he is documenting his drive. And like he said, that racing is his first love. My dad encouraged me to drive, tossing me the keys to our farm truck without hesitation and trusting that I would figure it out. Might have to get him together with our buddy there that wrote Figure It Out. Westoff. That's the name of his book, Figure It Out. I think these guys might have to do an extra chapter together. But that's the coolest thing I've seen today. Brought to you by Air Advantage, myairadvantage.com online. Like them and all of our sponsors, when you check them out, make sure you tell them Miller and Moulton sent you. Steve Carney to talk the 2026 Rays next. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Defining a new era in Men's Health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Steve.
Good morning, Mark.
How are you?
I'm fantastic. It's always much better to be on this show after a Rays win, even a late West Coast one.
See, here's how I have figured out when to invite you on the show. Okay, when they are winning, we don't invite you anymore because that then leads directly to a Rays loss the night before you come on. When the Rays are losing, we go, let's break the skid. Let's book Steve.
That works for me.
So we're now, we figured it out. We were 2-0 booking you on winning streaks. They would lose. Now we're 2-0 booking you on losing streaks. They win.
Yeah, it works for me. And we can talk about how great Christopher Morel is now on this road trip. You look at the two games that they've won on this road trip. He is homered in. So,
well, speaking of homers, how about Junior Caminero? Listen, we said it, and we're going to say it again on the air. When our purchase of the Rays goes through here in the next few weeks, okay, we're going to, do that introductory presser. And then 2 weeks later, we're going to have another presser, and it's signing him to a long-term deal.
Isn't he amazing? Like, it blows my mind. Like, he's going to be a 40 homer guy this year.
Yeah.
As a 20, he just turned 22 in the middle of the season. So that's quite an impressive feat. I think they said there's only two guys in Major League Baseball from the DR that have done that, and they're Albert Pujols and Juan Soto. So
yeah, he's on pace for like 40 plus and 110 plus. Yeah. That's ridiculous.
He's gonna be a 40 and 110 guy. Brandon Lau's gonna be like a 30 and 100 guy. It's amazing.
I read it yesterday. I think it was in the Tampa Bay Times. I get an email every day on the Rays from them, and one of their guys wrote, "It's about time to understand that Brandon Lau is one of the, what do they say, 5 or 6 best position players in Rays history."
Yeah, I mean, he's I want to say he's third all time now in home runs, in the franchise list. So he's only behind Evan Longoria and Carlos Pena. And there is a distinct possibility that if He is healthy next year and still on the team. If they pick up his option for next year, he could finish second. So
Well, they'd be crazy not to pick up his option.
Yeah, it's only
even if you pick
11
it up and trade, right? Even if you pick him up
11
and
million.
trade him,
yeah, it's 11
Right.
million. You've got to pick it up. That's a no doubter.
All right. If you were to rank Eastern Conference hockey teams, the Panthers are obviously 1.
Yeah.
Who's 2? And how close are they to? Are they? They're obviously much closer to 3 than they are to 1, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. It's probably Washington. And yeah, I mean, you got to look at that.
You wouldn't go Toronto. You wouldn't go Carolina.
I can't.
I might
trust
go
Toronto.
Carolina. I wouldn't go Toronto.
Man, yeah, I can't trust Toronto. Yeah, you could go Carolina. I think Washington and Carolina are battling for 2. No, nobody's close to the Panthers, and that's sad for this Tampa Bay Lightning fan.
I get it. I mean, 2's probably much closer to 6 than it is to 1, if you know what I mean. Like,
oh, absolutely.
like 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, you can all lump in the same ball.
Yep. And unfortunately, if you're not the lead dog, the view never changes.
Yep.
That's all right. They're going to start the year with Kachuk on the LTIR for like half the season,
and not be able to take his salary off the cap.
They won't. Okay. Although, wait, you
can't do it for the playoffs anymore.
Can't do it for the playoffs, but you can in the regular season, though, can't you? Like that won't count against the cap in the regular season, but it does count against in the playoffs.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes to the top of the hour. About an hour and 20 minutes away from David Samson's weekly appearance here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll questions at poll questions again. So the coaches and the AP college football polls are out. We went with the AP poll yesterday. You've heard the stat. Teams that are picked in the top 10 that finished unranked at the end of the year. Mark said, well, then why don't we pick the bottom of the top 10? 7, 8, 9, 10. Here they are. You tell us who's overrated. You tell us who's underrated. And those 4 teams are Miami, Alabama, LSU, and
Oregon.
So who's overrated, who's underrated? Of those 4, those are our poll questions at that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. He covers the Rays and the minor league baseball scene throughout the state of Florida. He's Steve Carney. Follow him on X at Steve Carney. Steve right now going from one website to another in transition. You can read him on Substack. He's the Rays Insider. Rays Insider on Substack. He's in transition from one website to another. Steve, we can certainly relate to that. How are you?
Yeah, it is. It's a wild time right now with the way things are going. And yeah, Substack being very good to me right now. So I appreciate that.
Well, that's outstanding. All right. We made an announcement a moment ago. If we were going to be the new owners of the Rays here in a few weeks, after we have that introductory presser, and oh, what an event that's going to be. About 2-3 weeks later, baby, before the winter meetings, we are signing Junior Caminero. Blank piece of paper and a pen. We are getting this sucker done. How old is he again?
I just turned 22, and of course hit his his 33rd home run of the year last night in the Rays win in Sacramento.
Yeah, 81 RBIs, 33 homers, not even 3/4 of the way through the season. He's on pace for about 41 homers and 112 RBIs. He just turned 22. I mean, seriously, nobody's done that at that age in Rays history. I mean, Longoria didn't do this. Crawford didn't do this. Okay, this is the best season by someone under the age of 25 in Rays history, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say it's probably pretty close. I think Evan Longoria in 2010 was 25, and he had He was in the mid 30s and had, I think, around 110 RBIs in that season. But yeah, I don't think anybody's going to come close to what Junior's going to do this year. That's for sure. And I know the Rays would love to be able to sign him to a long-term deal. The problem is right now with the ownership group certainly being in flux right now. I think they want to get that figured out before and give the new ownership group a chance to make that big splash early, just like you would. I know you guys want to be that splash. So absolutely. And unfortunately, his agent told the Tampa Bay Times earlier this week that the number keeps going up for every day they wait.
There's no doubt. And this is priority one to me. And obviously, Steve, you brought up the problem with doing it now. We're selling this sucker. This team is being sold. What is the timeline for the sale? So, and like when it would be complete. So when the new ownership would officially take over and be able to do a deal with Caminero would be when?
Well, I think the next time that the owners get together is sometime in September. And so I think that, they still have to complete their due diligence. I'm sure that there's still some things that the league itself is looking for in particulars to cash flow and reserves. And then you have to get 24 of the owners to say, yep, we would take this guy on as one of our own. I'm sure that's not going to be the problem. I think right now it's in the process of getting their due diligence done and making sure that this is the right person you want to have as one of the 30 people in this group. And so when that happens, I think you will see this deal come to a close, and you're going to have a new ownership group here in Tampa Bay.
All right. Yesterday scared the heck out of me. We're doing the show presently in Southwest Florida. Shane McClanahan went to Cape Coral High School in the 239. He then pitched his college ball at South Florida.
Yep.
He then becomes an excellent young lefty on the Rays staff, and he now hasn't pitched in 2 years. He had nerve surgery,
yep,
I believe, on his forearm of his pitching arm yesterday. Yep. And they came out and said, by the way, the surgery is not going to fix it. This is apparently going to be an ongoing thing. So he's had Tommy John surgery, now nerve surgery on his pitching forearm, and apparently he's going to have to deal with some kind of injury for the rest of his career. Steve, why do I think that maybe Shane McClanahan's career at 28 has not only peaked, but now is in jeopardy?
Yeah, I think that's a very, very astute way to look at things. And, as someone that's been around McClanahan basically since he was in college, I was there the day he got drafted, talking with him about how excited he was to be able to stay in this area after pitching at USF and wanting to get to the big leagues as quickly as he could. I'm really, really concerned. You don't like seeing the fact that after having this surgery that all of a sudden now there's nerve issues and they've got to go in and kind of try and relieve the nerve. If you're trying to move it or replace it, place it someplace different so it doesn't bother him. That's a concerning it's a concerning move, and I'm certainly worried that we may have seen the best of Shane McClanahan, in the past as opposed to coming up.
All right, they brought up this Pereira that they just acquired from the Yankees. What other call-ups? I mean, first off, have they cashed in on this season? When you start seeing call-ups, and obviously they sold more than they acquired at the deadline. So what are the expectations for the rest of the year? Who do we expect to be called up? And is there anything we should be looking for in these call-ups?
Yeah, I think really the one guy that you're going to see from AAA, one of the, if you're going to see a big prospect coming up, it's Carson Williams. Williams got off to an awful start in AAA, but since the middle of May has been very, very good, both at the plate and in the field. I think you're going to see him maybe get a cup of coffee here in September. That way, you can see whether or not, whether Hassan Kim decides to opt out and not and look for more than the 16 million or the amount of money. I think he's going to get, I think it's 11 and a half or, he's going to get another ridiculous amount next year, but he may be looking for even more than what the Rays are willing to pay him. I think it's like 14 million or something.
Well, why would they, with all due respect, why would they pay him? He's hitting 200. Okay. His OPS is like 620 something. Why in the world would they? I mean, to me, I'd invite him to leave.
and that may end up being the case. So they may say, they may try and push him into opting out, but he does have the opt out. But really, Williams, most people thought he would be ready at some point this year. Because of the slow start, things kind of cooled off on him, but he's been very, very good. Like I said, since the middle of May, I think that he has definitely turned things on. He's been hitting 400, I think, in the second half of the minor league season. So he's been really good, and I think you want to see what you have from him because you really don't want to go into another season with Taylor Walls as your starting shortstop.
All right, just very quickly here. Brandon Lau's under contract for next year. It's an option, right? Obviously, Caminero, he's a rookie. Yandy Diaz is under contract, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Josh Lowe, under contract or not?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's the guts of the team, isn't it? Okay. I mean, isn't that the guts of the team and then the kids they call up around it?
Yeah, you look at it, Lowe, I think, is going to be arbitration eligible this year, this upcoming offseason. And Diaz is an option. Brandon Lau has an option. And then you've got a lot of kids that are under team control, whether you're looking at Chandler Simpson and Jake Mangum and Nick Fortes and Hunter Fiducia, the two new catchers that they got here at the deadline. I think that's going to be the big thing this offseason is allowing those guys, you've got two very young catchers coming into a group of pitchers that they aren't familiar with. And they're trying to learn this pitching staff on the fly. I think that's going to be difficult. I think it's difficult. And I think it's going to be a lot easier for them having a full spring underneath their belts, learning these guys.
This has been a hell of an interesting year for the Rays. Obviously, they've had the quirkiest schedule imaginable. They're playing at Steinbrenner Field all year, and for whatever reason, that has had its fits and starts. But when you look at the standings, I believe the Rays are about to accomplish something that I don't know how many teams have, and that's that they're going to finish below 500 and have a run differential that right now is plus 43. When you look at this team, do you look at this season as a disappointment, or do you think it's about where it should have been?
I scratch my head in wonderment because you're right. With the run differential that they have, their Pythagorean is like 8 or 9 games over 500. They shouldn't be under 500. And the fact of the matter is they're going to end up somewhere around the 500 mark, whether that's a couple of games over or a couple of games under. But with the amount of runs that they've scored, I think you just have to, shake your head and go, well, obviously we didn't get the pitching that we got, that we're used to getting as being fans of the Tampa Bay Rays. And I think that's going to be something that the front office is going to have to look at this year.
Well, pitching costs money. Here's the irony, though. Their starter ERA is in the top 10 in baseball. Also, to go back to your run differential, Mark, the Rays are plus 43, and they're in fourth place, 4 games below 500. The Jays are plus 44.
And they're in first place.
19 games over 500, and I believe have the best record in the American League.
They do.
With essentially the same run differential.
Yeah, and that just goes to show you when you can turn batted balls into outs in any way possible, what you should be able to do. And that's what the Rays should be able to do, and they just haven't done it.
He's Steve Carney. Follow him on X at Steve Carney. Steve Carney, Carney, Substack Rays Insider. That's who he is right now. He's transitioning from one site to another. Lawyers are involved. Okay. I mean, court appearances, but Steve will get there. Substack, Rays Insider. Steve, as always, we appreciate your time. All the best. Hey, football season's just a few weeks away. All right.
Yeah, I'm getting ready for my my first Army, Navy, Air Force podcast coming up here in the next couple of days. So,
all right, quickly, out of the three, who's the best armed services team this year?
I think it's Navy. They've got I think they've got the best quarterback of the three, in Blake Horvath. I was listening to him on media days in the American, and it just sounds like the way that the midshipmen have things set up, they're in a very good position to rest another year with the Commander-in-Chief trophy.
And from a proud Navy man, he's not even hiding his smile.
Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Plus, they've got the best athletic director now with Michael Kelly.
Look at that, who they stole from South Florida. Steve Carney, follow him on X. That's Steve Carney, Carney. Steve, all the best. Thanks.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Steve Carney joining us once again on Miller and Moulton. Yes, he does an armed services football podcast every week.
And he also works with the Lightning for pre and post. And during the commercial break, when we were chatting with Steve getting set up, I just said, who's number 2 in the East? We all know the Panthers are number 1.
Yes, they are.
Who's number 2, and where are the Lightning? And he wasn't exactly sure where the Lightning fit in, but he thought Washington at 2. You think Carolina? I'm more in line with where you are, David, at this point, because I like the moves Carolina's made. But the gap between 1 and 2 is far greater than the gap between 2 and 6.
Well, also because it's not a regular season question you're asking, and so obviously the playoff gap is huge.
It's enormous.
Right.
It's enormous, and there are a lot of Lightning fans that listen to this show, and they're second fiddle now.
Right.
And it ain't close.
And it was 3 years ago, couldn't even imagine that what is unfolded has now unfolded. Right. This is painful. They've had teams that they've hated over the years, but they used to pat the Panthers on the head and say it's not even a rivalry. In fact, we put Miami on the scoreboard. We don't even treat you guys as a real opponent, geographically be damned. Right. Now, yeah, they're beating them in the postseason, and then they're hoisting Lord Stanley's. Yeah. For a Lightning fan, that's a problem.
And that's a really good franchise, top to bottom. The Lightning do everything right.
Yep.
And I'll be interested to see how their crowd and their fan base reacts to being second fiddle in Florida. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home in the 239 and the 904. We enter the final hour of the show in Lake City, Live Oak and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice and surrounding areas. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Tonight, our Fantasy Football Summit. Millerandmoulton.com is how you sign up for it. Going to be a big crowd, our biggest ever. It's a great, unique event. Don't know of any other station or anywhere that pulls something like this off. We give you a top 25 fantasy expert in the country in a room alone with you.
If it were in Rome, then we would really be pulling something off.
That's true.
At the Coliseum tonight, Dr. Roto. First, he will take down the Lions, and then he will give you your fantasy football advice.
Right. Thumbs up, thumbs down. You decide tonight in the Coliseum in Rome. That's how Miller and Moulton rule.
He will do that with Christian McCaffrey. That will probably be one of the players that he will be voting either thumbs up or thumbs down on.
Man, it doesn't it scare you? And I'm not a fantasy guy, you know that, but doesn't it have to scare the out of you to go all in on the running back who, when healthy, is spectacular, but every other year, seemingly on average, gets hurt?
Missed like 13 games last year.
Right. So do you just bet on him hard this year?
Well, I don't know. And the other side of it is with the talent drain that's left the Niners, he also does this thing out of the backfield that's kind of important in the fantasy world. He catches a lot of passes.
Yes, he does.
So I'm with you. I was flipping channels. I still flip. Even though I've cut the cord, I still end up going to YouTube TV to see what's on far more than I go to Netflix, HBO Max, or Amazon Prime to pick out something for me to watch that I know I can watch at any time. And I stumbled upon a fantasy show last night because there was no baseball on. If there was, I couldn't find it. And they were going through the running backs. And I wasn't even listening to what they said. I was just staring at McCaffrey's name going, I wonder where I'm drafting. I wonder if he'll be available. I wonder if I have the guts to take him if he's there at my spot. I think there are a ton of players that the way the game's changed to passing. So it'll be fun tonight with Dr. Roto for all of you fantasy players. For those that are not fantasy players, well, then it's not your thing. Don't know what to tell you. But you will learn football tonight, there's no doubt.
I hate saying this because, I don't ever want to see anyone get hurt for any reason whatsoever. None. Don't care if they're playing for, the team that's my team's arch rival. I don't want any. I wanted, I did not want to beat the Bulls with Jordan getting hurt as a Knicks fan, honestly. Okay. I wanted to, and obviously they never could beat him with him healthy, but I was much better with that. It would not have felt, I didn't even like when they finally beat him, how they won because they were gifted a game by the officials. So I certainly don't want to see injuries. I will say this objectively. So can Saquon stay healthy 2 years in a row?
Well, there's a couple of things to me going for him now that he never had in New York.
A line?
That's the biggest one, David. That is the biggest one.
Yeah.
And you could argue that maybe early, but I don't know if he's ever had receivers around him like he has right now.
Oh, there's nothing.
I mean, there's no part of what he did in New York that's even close to comparable to what he has now with Philadelphia.
No, because even at the very beginning of his career was Eli at the end of his. So even his quarterback's better, at this point than Eli was at the end of his career. No, there's nothing. Absolutely nothing on the Giants that he played on that's in the area code of what he's playing with in Philadelphia. Nothing. Never mind also a very good defense that gives the ball back to the offense so they can play ball control, the whole thing. Let's hope, knock on wood, Landon Dickerson is healthy enough to have a meaningful season.
They think that he is. He is apparently going to have surgery on his meniscus, and that surgery could allow him to be back as early as week 1.
Yeah, I'm not playing him week 1. I'm not. No, I'm thinking long haul here. We're trying to win a Super Bowl. If we can't beat the Cowboys without our starting guard, then we've got real issues. Especially the Cowboys' interior, their defensive line's terrible. I mean, seriously, I'm not playing him. I don't care. And he's an ornery guy. Okay, he is. He's going to want to play the whole deal. I don't know what to tell you, man. We're big picture here. We're a Super Bowl team. You know, week 1 against the Cowboys, yeah, it'll be great. And second time we've raised a banner and all that. You know, you can be there on the sidelines. You ain't playing. I'm telling you that right now.
By the way, fun little football question for you here. Well, at least maybe fun to me. Maybe no one else, David. Better shot to repeat as champion, Eagles or Buckeyes? Yeah, that's a fun little question, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say, believe it or not, Eagles.
And I'm not saying that you're wrong, but it's obviously hard to repeat in anything.
Sure, right.
But in the NFL, we found that it's pretty damn difficult to repeat as Super Bowl champions.
Yeah. It's been done like what, 9-10 times?
Uh-huh. And Ohio State, while maybe not spending as much money as they did last year,
right,
they're over the cap, if you know what I mean.
There's no doubt. What are they? If they were an NBA team, are they a second apron?
I think so.
Here's the deal. The Eagles are the best team in the NFC until proven otherwise. The Buckeyes are not the best team in the Big Ten.
You're right. And even more so to the Eagles, I think maybe the gap's even widened. It's like, going into last year, people were high on the Detroit Lions. They're not nearly as high on that team as they were a year ago.
Right.
No one but me is high on the Bucs to play for the NFC title game, the way that I have been spewing since, I think, late June, David, maybe early July. But certainly when I came back from vacation, I have been telling everyone that would listen that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be in the NFC title game. And when you look at the West, there are a lot of folks that think the Niners rebound. There are a lot of folks that like the Rams. Well, Matthew Stafford's yet to practice. Well, I guess he practiced one day and then couldn't practice again yesterday.
Right. Well, and then McVay tried to say, well, he could. I mean, this is the regular season.
Right.
Well, you were the ones that said after the weekend he was going to practice Monday. So, what's the deal? We'll say it again, though. The Rams are 26 days away from their season opener.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Right. Miller.
I got you. And I'm with you on that.
Right. Miller and Moulton are not concerned about Matthew Stafford until literally the week leading up to week 1.
Yet. The key word is we're not concerned yet.
Yet. For the next 20 days, whatever. Then no more playing games.
And the Eagles got great news because it was feared that it could have been a knee that would have taken Dickerson out for the season. Now, okay, maybe he misses week 1. Hell, maybe he misses the first couple of weeks. But all indications are that their all-pro guard will be back sooner than later.
Great news for them. And I think now we then still regard them as the best offensive line in the league. If Dickerson had been removed the way that the Lions have had 2 guys removed from the equation this year, then, I think we knock them down. I think we start looking at, I don't know, Baltimore, Denver.
Denver's the team
right.
that, between, for what it's worth, Pat and Jim Miller, his co-host, one had the Eagles one, the other one had the Broncos one. I think Miller had the Broncos one with their offensive lines.
By the way, you are obviously very high on the Bucs. They did not win a playoff game last year. Of the teams that did not win a playoff game last year, Denver did not. They made it, got whacked. Detroit did not. They had the first round bye, but they lost in the divisional round. Teams that did not win a playoff game last year. Tampa Bay sounds like that's the team for you that you would bet the hardest in terms of they're going to do big things this year.
Yes. And I think it's highly likely that you'll see a Detroit-Tampa Bay round 2 matchup. Because I don't think that the Lions are going to be the one. I would bet on the Eagles to be the number 1 seed this year.
Minnesota. Green Bay, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh. Just trying to think of teams. The Chargers, for those that are high on them. I am not. Never mind, obviously, the teams that missed the playoffs. Teams that did not win a playoff game last year that you are going to ride a little bit this year. You don't know if they're ready to take down the Kansas Cities, the Buffaloes. By the way, did you see the gut me like a fish stat if I'm a Bills fan? And this stat's been making the rounds for the last week. There are only 2 teams in the NFL who have won over 55 games the last 5 years. The Chiefs and the Bills. And so they list underneath the Chiefs, what their 55 plus wins. And, it's what? 4 trips to the Super Bowl, 2 Super Bowl championships, right? 4 AFC championships, Buffalo, 0, 0, 0. Oofta, as Vern would say.
And
Oofta.
The Bills, could they be this year's Lions in that they get the number 1 seed and don't win a playoff game? Because I think if I were to play our game where I give you the $20 and said, who's going to be the number 1 seed in the AFC, with how highly you think of the Bills, and we all do in their division, don't you then make the assumption that the Bills are going to be the 1 seed this year?
Well, also, I think the AFC East teams have an easier schedule than the AFC North teams, never mind an easier division. I mean, I think the 1 seed's in play. Is that the first Sunday night game of the year, Baltimore, Buffalo?
Yes.
I mean, would it shock anyone if that ends up being the tiebreaker for the number 1 seed?
Not in the least. Not in the least.
I think the Ravens roster is better. I think the Bills' schedule's easier.
And because we both believe that the AFC West has gotten more competitive, don't know. I think I'm still betting on the Chiefs to win the division, but I have trouble picking them to win the division and be the 1 seed this year.
This year's going for 10, by the way. They're going for 10 AFC West titles in a row. 10! Come on, you got to bet somebody else, don't you?
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So what'd you go with last night? Ribeye, filet? You're a filet guy by nature, but
I am. I think it was the 18-ounce strip.
okay.
It was really good. Maybe it was the T-bone, but man, oh man, it was good.
We class Moulton up. He still doesn't know what steak he ordered last night, everybody.
I don't. I'll be honest. I don't. I know it was 18 ounces. I know that.
So I think I told you, my buddy, when I texted him that big league that we're in, oh, you and Moulton think about getting in? I says, no, I think I'm about bringing Roto. The delay of him texting me back after that was worth that text. Michael, we don't care. We don't care.
No.
You'll have the rest of the day on ESPN radio for them to talk NBA at you.
Well, that came out a couple days ago, didn't it? Or was it just the bits and
I
pieces?
thought the Christmas stuff came out a
Gotcha.
couple days ago. I don't know if the whole thing came out, and I don't care.
Yeah.
There's nothing more meaningless than NBA, NHL, or Major League Baseball schedules coming out. The only thing that they're good for is if you're actually a fan of a team and you don't live in that market, to see when that team comes closest to you if you want to go and buy tickets. I mean, the NFL schedule, we can sink into that. That's 17 games. You start looking for 3-game homestands, 3-game road trips. Do they play back-to-back divisional games? There's a lot of things you can look at. But in the other sports, it's mostly meaningless. I mean, you could cite all the good matchups you want. Then you have to tell me who's going to play in those games in the NBA.
I got a small thing here if you don't have anything.
I do too.
Okay. What's it about?
Myles Garrett being, obviously the worst human ever. I mean, they got to cut him. I mean, if we were going to cut Sanders for 2 speeding tickets, do you know that Myles Garrett's had 8 since he's come in the league? How do they even allow that guy to play, David?
What was the last one? 40 miles an hour over?
Oh, it was just the other day. He got cited for doing over 100 and a 60.
Well, my question is, at what point, I mean, if you're a judge, don't you have to take the license away?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. For those that are wondering, we were asked, I don't know if it was the text line or Twitch chat room or what it was, but we were asked, are we going to do a segment on the NBA schedule coming out? The answer is no.
Not today, not ever.
Now back to regularly scheduled programming already in progress. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X.
Well, David, Cleveland's got to make some big decisions because it's obviously there are problems there. And it starts, at the top of leadership with the team because Myles Garrett's got to go. He's obviously a bad egg. He's not a good person, and they're going to have to get rid of him.
What did he do?
He drove 100 miles per hour in a 60-mile-per-hour zone. I mean, David, they wanted Sanders out for 2 tickets. He was a bum. He was done. He doesn't know how to handle himself as a pro. Do you know that is Myles Garrett's 8th speeding ticket since he arrived in Cleveland in 2017.
So he averages one a year?
He averages one a year. And he got in a pretty bad accident when he flipped his Porsche a couple of years ago in an accident. I mean, he didn't learn a lesson. He's still speeding, so let's get rid of him.
Huh. It's a pretty big cap hit, just to,
but David, I mean, obviously, if you're driving fast, you have no business playing in the NFL or for the University of Georgia.
Right. Well, I'm glad you clarified. Right. Well, I mean, the Browns could treat Miles as hard as Kirby comes down on his guys. So I'm guessing is what they're going to do. But I like the little connection you made there, because Shador, he was a piece of crap.
Totally.
Right.
I mean, you got to dump him for those tickets.
Bad parenting.
Right.
Okay, right. He's a bad egg. I mean, no wonder he fell to the 5th round. I mean, the whole deal. Myles Garrett, nothing.
I mean, he has to get traded last year, and he's speeding. How could we have him on our team?
I mean, I have to admit, Miles, please. I mean, it'd be nice. I have to, at this point, could somebody take his license away from him? I mean, they have 24/7 car service in the NFL. They really do. You can call for it at any time. The NFLPA has it arranged. You can get a ride from anywhere at any time if you're in the National Football League. I mean, I do think a judge needs to take his license away for a little bit. Kind of like, dude, 8 and 8 years?
David, stop it.
I know.
It's a $250 ticket, of which he does not even have to appear in court for.
I understand, but
Stop
it's 8 and 8 years.
So what?
It just
tickets, come on. Usually we go on a run with tickets. Like, I, at one time, got 3 speeding tickets in a pretty short frame of time. It was about a 6-month period in which I got whacked 3 times, and all of them were going pretty quick. 1 was on the interstate, 2 were local.
Right.
So much so that I worked in this building at the time, and it was one of my greatest moments that I got a letter from corporate saying if I got 1 more ticket, I would no longer be able to drive company vehicles. I sped like a son of a bitch for a week trying to get 1 more and couldn't get it.
I will say, here I am wanting Miles to lose his license. All right. Now, I haven't gotten a ticket, knock on wood, in 21 years. But I was thinking about how fast I was going on I-75 yesterday, making my way to Southwest Florida.
Right. I mean, they've got that whole super speeder thing now in Florida.
What? Don't tell me about it. Okay. I like not knowing what's going on. All right. I still, wait to see the cop on the side. I don't know. I've been dodging them for a long time.
If it's stricter penalties for drivers exceeding the speed limit by 50 miles an hour or more, or traveling over 100 miles per hour.
Okay. Well, I keep it.
You keep it under triple digits?
I do keep it under triple digits.
Every once in a while, do you take it right there, though, just because?
Oh, I was right there yesterday. Oh, no, me and 2 other cars. Oh, yeah, we were going. We decided for about 20 miles. We were going to, we were getting it on yesterday.
Because I don't pull what our friend pulls, where he's in the left lane and just, I'm going to go 80 because that's what I set my cruise at. And I don't care.
Right.
If I see someone coming with a rapid amount of speed behind me, if I can't get over, I typically speed up until I can comfortably get over and then let that car go around me. I will slow down. But yesterday I noticed on the interstate, I had to do one of those, and well, the pace got up a little bit higher than I thought I was. I was like, damn, I'm going fast. I got to slow down.
I will say I came up on one of those like 78 mile an hour left-hand lane folks yesterday. It was like a NASCAR pass. I got like inches away from him. I mean, I must have looked so big in his rearview mirror before I just darted to the side,
Probably, but there's the other side of it that person never wants to.
Well, that's true. That's probably what happened. They're like, huh? What? Huh? What was that? All right, turn the radio up. Hey, Sepp Straka just withdrew from the BMW Championship. He's ranked in the top 10 in the world. I think he's 5th in the FedEx Cup points. Now, he apparently has a personal situation that needs attending to. A, quote, private family matter, unquote. So it's okay, right? Rory's a bum because he just didn't want to play in the St. Jude FedEx last week. I mean, that's Roy just wanted to stay home, whether home was in Europe or home was in Florida. Roy's like, I've played a lot of golf this year. It doesn't matter. I'm second in the points. Even if JJ Spawn makes a playoff or wins it, I'll move to 3. I mean, what's the damn deal? It's a cash grab anyway. I've got hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm taking the week off, and he's a bum. We need to pass legislation that if you make the FedEx Cup playoffs, you cannot miss an event for any reason whatsoever.
I actually agree with that wholeheartedly. I will say this. I'm not going as far as you to saying he's a bum and all of those things.
Well,
I know you're having a little bit of fun there.
Right.
I will say, who is the biggest sponsor of the PGA Tour?
Well, I believe it's FedEx.
Yeah, that is.
Right.
And did Rory just get a $10 million bonus essentially for being on tour?
For being the most popular guy on tour.
Right, which FedEx is paying for a good chunk of that. Where was the tournament last week?
Well, it was in Memphis, the home of FedEx.
The company that's headquartered there is FedEx.
Right.
They do a flyover with one of their damn planes.
Well, would it be okay then if he played last week and took this week off?
I don't think they should be allowed to miss the playoffs, period.
Well,
I don't.
Well, okay, but now that's why I brought it up, and I did bring it up tongue-in-cheek. I did, but I also now to prove a point. If you're going to legislate that these guys can't take off, we have no idea what this is. It's being called a private family matter. Could be very serious. Okay, could be a nicely worded excuse just to get out of it. Who knows? But let's assume it is a serious deal to cause you to get up and leave the second to last event of the regular season in golf. Okay, if you legislate that they can't get up and leave for any reason, I mean, first off, they're independent contractors. Can you pass a rule like that? But secondly,
yes, actually you can.
Okay,
because
if you say
this
so.
Independent contractor thing is very loosely worded to me because they work for the PGA Tour, whether it's directly or indirectly.
Okay, but now what if somebody's got a situation? I mean, stuff happens. People die. People get sick. People fall. All right, honestly, I'm being serious for 30 seconds. What do? You want to? The guy last week on the PGA Tour policy board was bent out of shape about Rory. You can't miss one of these 3 FedEx events for any reason whatsoever. Really? No. What do we do in a situation like this? Let's assume this is a serious personal family matter.
Okay. I will assume that it's a serious family
but I'm
matter.
just saying,
No.
I mean, no
if
reason
he misses
whatsoever.
This, then I don't think he should be allowed to play in the Tour Championship. I think Rory should have played in these events. If you want to have a playoff and you want us, the consumer of the product, to actually take your playoff seriously. Because here's the problem. Nobody in golf, the golf fan, I don't know any golf fan that goes, holy crap, it's the FedEx Cup playoffs. No. I got to get ready for this.
Right. No, we don't. No, we don't.
You know, for that matter, I don't know how many NASCAR fans still get excited the way they do their playoff. These are made for TV, made for sponsorship, made to get more money in the athlete's hands. I don't know how much it resonates with the fan.
So you are fine with, hey, if you miss an event, you can't play in the finale.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or NolanAgency.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe.
and sound.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So I wouldn't mind continuing this for at least a moment, because I got a text yesterday from someone who has an idea of how to improve the playoff that they read that I thought was pretty decent.
Okay.
And I want to say The Athletic had a story on how they want to change the playoff. And I want to bounce both ideas off of you. No, I don't. I think it's ridiculous, Michael. I thought it was ridiculous when everybody was going nuts about Shedeur Sanders and speeding. I was on the side of Shedeur with that. I'm on the side of Garrett. I think it's hypocritical of people to want Shedeur Sanders cut and then have no problem with Myles Garrett doing the same thing. I know he has a longer history of the league, and I know he's a better player. I just find the whole thing to be ridiculous, and I was making fun of it.
It's just so ridiculous.
They wouldn't do it to an average player. They would do it to a bad player. An average player wouldn't get cut for that. A bad player would. And I'll be honest, a rookie that wasn't a quarterback might have been cut for doing 100 miles an hour, drafted in the 5th round. But I happened to hear, I think it was on ESPN radio yesterday, I heard a beat reporter for the Browns who apparently wrote something, bad about Shedeur, and Shedeur kind of challenged him after the presser because he had another question. And he said, Shedeur, he goes, I think they described it as an incident. And the reporter got, he goes, I'm so glad you described it as an incident because it wasn't a confrontation. And I wasn't even planning on addressing it, but I forgot that Shedeur has cameras following him 24/7 because of his, whether it's YouTube show or whatever he does. He goes, and they released it. He goes, but if you saw, Shedeur was actually funny during it when he apparently challenged him about something he said. They had a little conversation and went on. It wasn't a big deal to the reporter or to Shedeur for that matter. They handled it like
Men.
adults.
Right.
Michael, you have to calm down if we say something about someone that you like because you immediately think that we're saying the worst about them. I've defended Shedeur Sanders as much as anyone. I said at the draft, I thought he threw the most catchable ball of any quarterback in the draft. I also said when he got tickets, he's a kid that has access to nice cars for maybe the first time in the last couple of years, and he drove fast, something we've all done. I had a poll question that was, had you ever driven over 100 miles an hour before? Every time it's something at all remotely close that you perceive as being bad about someone you like, you get so defensive. My goodness.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour, and that's when David Samson will join us for his weekly visit. We missed him last week. He's back. Our Fantasy Football Summit is tonight. We've been saying at Schuler's Joe Sports Cafe, tell you what, we've outgrown it. We'll be down the hall in the conference room, banquet room, with a buffet spread, Hampton Inn, right?
Doubletree
by Hilton.
Doubletree.
I had the H in my head. I had, said Hampton instead of Hilton. My bad. Doubletree by Hilton. I'm staying there, for goodness sakes.
You might need some load management.
Nothing a nap can't cure, Mark, really. I mean, that's my theory on everything. I don't know if it's right or not. It used to be a Snickers. Now it's a nap. Anyway, hope to see you tonight, millerandmoulton.com, if you haven't signed up for it.
So we had a snarky text about Rory saying he should have focused on load management instead of skipping the St. Jude, which I find funny. But I was texted something yesterday by a friend of mine who's in the golf industry.
Okay.
And the Golf Stat Pro, a guy by the name of Lou Stagner, put this out as a way to change the FedEx Cup playoffs. And The Athletic had an article yesterday as to how to change the FedEx Cup playoffs. I'm going to give you both, and you can tell me status quo or one of the two new ideas. The first one here by Lou should be the PGA Tour playoffs should be a 4-tournament series played over 4 weeks. Scores from all 16 rounds are added together for a total cumulative score. A few players are eliminated after each tournament, narrowing the field as the playoffs progress. That's one.
Hate it, by the way. Okay.
The other one, and what this article pointed out, is that most of us, and David, you and I are sports geeks. We are. We were into the last 2 weeks when they're showing us that Ricky Fowler's at 53rd, and then he's at 48th after a birdie. And where's Jordan Spieth? And what happened to Wyndham Clark? So we were paying attention to all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But without them putting the points after every hole up, none of us would have a clue as to how they figure out these points.
Correct.
It is very difficult to follow, even for people who follow the sport.
Yes.
So what this article said is we have the 3 tournaments, the top 50 in the first tournament advance, whether you're ranked 70th heading into the tournament or you're ranked first. The top 50 go, and then the top 30 go to the Tour Championship. They also threw a caveat in there that I love, it'll never happen, is they go from 70 to 50 to 32. And the 32 you begin on Wednesday with match play.
Potentially 5 days of match play?
Well, for sure 5 days of match play. 32 to 16, 16 to 8.
Right.
Yeah,
well, I mean, for 2 people, it's 5 days of match
right,
play.
But
right.
yeah, but that's the way this person would sort it out. I happen to like the match play idea that I don't think would ever happen. But out of those three, 70 to 50 to 30 or a 4-tournament cumulative score, would you be at all for making a change like that to the current system?
Well, I hate the first one, the 4-tournament, adding it all up. Hate that idea. I mean, hate it in every part of it. So I wouldn't consider that at all. All right. It's tough to compare golf to, football, baseball, basketball, hockey. But tennis ends their season championships with 8 or 12. And they put them in one spot for a week. And then they go at it, and it's double elimination. And that determines then at the end of it who wins what is the equivalent of their tour championships. So, all right. There's a part of me that wonders, I know everybody hated the idea of Scheffler starting off at -10 because he was number 1 on the FedEx, but the guy who was 30 starts off at even par. So Scheffler has a 10-shot advantage.
And they've taken that out.
Yeah, they have.
Thank goodness, because that was ridiculous.
Well, I agree. But then again, so the whole regular season doesn't mean anything, right? We get to the end, and I mean, there's no difference between being 1 and 30. Okay. And if we're okay with that, fine. I'm just pointing it out that, this FedEx thing, and it's big and the whole deal, but apparently there's no difference between being 1 and 30. And if that's the case, then expect guys to treat it accordingly. That's number one. Listen, I don't think there's anything they can do that can make this a big deal. I just don't. I don't think the majority of the golf fan gives a damn about it. I really don't.
No, because when you get into a tournament like this weekend with 50 players and you have the Tour Championship with 30 players, I mean, hell, what does the Masters have? The Masters has the least number of participants
90-something
of any of the majors.
Yeah, it averages like low 90s.
Right.
Right.
But it's at Augusta, and we love that tournament for all the obvious reasons, and it's special to every golf fan out there and really every sports fan out there. I don't know what they could do in August. I like the idea of the match play at the end. I think that would be terrific. But there's two things about match play that don't lend themselves to television very well.
Yeah, the top guys can be beat early.
And match play's boring on television. By the time you get to Sunday, someone could be up 5.
Well, and also you only have 2 golfers on the course, and so there's a lot of dead time, and it makes it even slower and more boring. Right. Listen, I just, first off, when they moved the PGA to May, we basically said, and by we, I mean the golf world, that, hey, this season's over after the Open Championship, unless we have an Olympic year or unless we have a Ryder Cup year. Like, my question is, why are we even waiting until September for the Ryder Cup? Why don't we just get this sucker over with in August?
And you've answered it already. It's because of the Olympics every 4 years.
Right.
That's really what it is.
And also it's because of the FedEx Cup playoffs, and they shell out all this money, and they want to have it. Listen, I watched Sunday because there was nothing else on.
Bingo.
All right. But otherwise, would I have watched? Not really. Because, the cash grabs don't interest me. Okay. Playing for your tour card, like the Barracuda that's coming up here, like in between the Tour Championship and the Ryder Cup, there's a few fall tournaments in which guys are literally playing for their cards. I'll watch that for hours. That fascinates me. Everybody that's in the Tour Championship, I mean, there are great stories. JJ Spawn, literally was contemplating a year ago quitting the game. Okay, yeah, I get it. But now he literally doesn't have to play golf anymore for a living. That's how much money he's made in a year. And I'm not anti-making money. I desperately am trying to myself. But I'm just saying it doesn't interest me. This does not interest me. I mean, oh, wow, Jordan Spieth didn't make the final 50. Like, Jordan Spieth needs to play 2 more tournaments. Are you kidding me?
And I get it for those of you because he's a popular. I mean, David hit the perfect guy because that's a very popular golfer.
Yes, he is, and we love him. He's a running commentary. He's a walking birdie double bogey. No, Spieth is fascinating golf. Oh, no. If I went to a tournament and he had an early tee time, that's who I'd follow. I'd walk the course to see a Jordan Spieth round of golf. But I'm just saying, sitting at home on my couch, I don't care if Jordan Spieth qualifies for the BMW or not. He's got hundreds of millions of dollars. He doesn't need this. In fact, he's still got a sore wrist. He's probably better off going home.
And I think both of us would love the opportunity, whatever they do in the Tour Championship or to the PGA Tour to get to this point. Hell, if they wanted to line up 6 guys to play against 6 live guys at the end, I think all of us as golf fans would be in.
Now, with that being said, the FedEx St. Jude was terrific. I mean, we had names. We had Scheffler. We had Fleetwood. We had Rose. We had J.J. Spawn. I mean, think about it. Okay, Scheffler's won a major. Spawn's won a major. Rose lost the Masters in a playoff. And then, there's the drama that's Tommy, I can't close Fleetwood. I mean, it was terrific television.
And then early on, you even had a guy like Ricky Fowler, who's up among the leaders, trying to get into the top 50.
Right.
So there was even an ancillary story that you could focus on early in the round. No. I'm with you.
I don't think this has to be fixed. I don't think it has to be fixed. I do think we need to know what the rule is if somebody doesn't play. Okay? Is this we've got to flag them? And if you miss an event for any reason, you're tired, you want to stay home, your kid's graduating high school, college, whatever, your wife's giving birth and you don't want to miss it, serious family matter. I don't care. The rule has to be the same. Okay, whatever it is, I don't give a damn. To me, if you've qualified and for whatever reason you need to take the week off, you're a golfer. You set your schedule. Okay, I have no problem with Rory taking the week off. I have no problem with Sepp Straka withdrawing from the BMW for a personal family matter in the last 18 hours. Whatever, don't care. Okay, they'll both be at the Tour Championship because Straka is 5th in the FedEx. If Rory didn't play this week, he'd still be in the top 5 in the FedEx, for goodness sakes. So, but that's the only thing that apparently has to be resolved. And because also, by the way, they're not the only two. Tigers sat out FedEx events. Furyk sat out FedEx events. By the way, they both sat out FedEx events and won the Tour Championship and the FedEx Cup playoff.
Yes, and that was their hope in limiting the Tour's championship rounds to 3 tournaments, not 4, that guys wouldn't skip. But
Right.
Rory simply looked at the leaders, looked at the points, and said, you can double them all you want. I'm still in the final tournament, and at worst, I'm going to be 3rd. So I don't need to go. Do I think that they should have to be required to go to all of them to get their cash grab at the Tour Championship? Yes, I do.
Okay.
I think that's the least they could do for us golf fans is show up for a couple of tournaments. They do not have a very tough schedule anymore, David. With all the elevated events, they hardly play in any other events. And I get it. Rory goes over and plays in these tournaments in Europe. They're his choice, and he gets paid a huge, huge appearance fee for any of those tournaments that are not on the tour that he attends.
It's true. Rory's going to play the Irish Open. He's going to play the India Championship. He's going to play the Australian Open.
And he gets a handsome paycheck for showing up.
Now, it's interesting. Rory skipped the Memorial this year. He skipped the RBC Heritage. All right. I think one of those he gets penalized for because they were both elevated events. However, Rory played at the Zurich Team Championship in New Orleans. None of the top guys were there.
No. And he was a defending champ, was part of the reason why he showed.
Okay. He played in the RBC Canadian Open. A lot of the top players don't go to that anymore. They used to back in the day. That was considered, almost like 5th, 6th major along with the players. That was an elite event. Like when Trevino won the U.S. Open, the British Open, he also won the Canadian Open as well. And they considered it a really big deal to win 3 national opens in 1 year.
Yeah, for David and I in the 70s and 80s, the Canadian Open was bigger than the players.
Yes.
Until probably the late 80s.
Yes. Until they went, I think, to
Until
this
they went to
course.
Sawgrass,
Yeah.
exactly.
And he also teed it up in Houston, which is not considered a big event. So Rory skipped some really big events and went to some minor events.
And trust me, the minor events loved having him there. Without him there, ticket sales would have probably been off by a minimum of 25%. That's what the non-elevated events get when one of the premier players shows up at their non-elevated event. All right.
I don't
So
think
at the end of the day, you don't want to change anything
No.
with how they do the FedEx Cup.
No.
21,000's our text line. If you think some changes should be made, if you liked either of the ideas that I gave you, send us a text at 21,000. Or if you think David's right and it should just basically stay the same. But do you think that the players should have to show up for all of the playoff events in order to play in the final event? I think that's a fair question as well.
I think it's a fair question. I just think, I mean, they already say you have to play in a certain number of elevated events, and you got to play X number of events to keep your card. And I don't know. I don't think they should go much further. Golf season is compressed, though. Okay, it's another reason why I'm actually on the side of the golfer who wants to skip a certain event. The season's not as long as it used to be. Okay, it's more compressed. They're playing more golf in less time now. Now they're doing it for
An obscene
amount of money. And by the way, they have LIV to thank for that.
100%.
I mean,
It used to just be the Tournament of Champions was the cash grab. I mean,
Right.
you had one cash grab at the
Right, at
beginning,
Firestone.
and if you were good enough to get in the playoff, there was more cash grab at the end. But the middle wasn't just a pure
No.
cash grab. Now these elevated events are simply cash grabs for these guys.
Yep. And that's why, to me, the end of the season is a cash grab for those that have already grabbed the most cash. So I'm fine with them doing it however the heck they want.
Miller and Moulton. David is fine with it. I think it could be tweaked. I like both ideas that I threw out better than the current one, but I am with David. No matter what they do, I don't know how much the golf fan cares. David Samson next.
Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Truthfully, I'm only okay. I just had, in the middle of a live show, a grade 1 panic attack.
Oh, no.
It was weird. First time ever. I thought I was having a heart attack. I really did. And I didn't know what to do. I was live on the air.
Were you able to keep talking?
I did. And I don't know how I was able to do it.
And you don't take any, do you, in 2 hours, I mean, I know you don't do commercials, so do you take a break at all? Do you give yourself any time?
There's a 3-minute break between hour 1 and hour 2.
Okay.
And this happened like at 7:04 with 46 minutes left until the break. It was crazy, guys. But anyway, how are you?
I'm all right. Trying to get my back fixed. Other than that, I'm good.
What happened? Oh, God, a bad back. I used to have no sympathy for that. And then I got a bad back.
Right. I never did either. And I was an announcer and players would all, my back. And you're like,
Same
yeah,
with me.
whatever. And back in May, I did something, finally figured out what it is. I have 2 compression fractures in my back, and they're trying to figure out why before we fix it. But, you move a certain way and it drops you to your knees. It's just like, I'm with you. I never had sympathy. And my dad always had a bad back, so I should have, but I never got it. Until you have one, you just don't realize.
Quick funny story is I called Christian Yelich. He was in Milwaukee at the time. And I said, I just want to apologize because all the years that you had bad back and you were missing games and I was pissed. Well, I hurt my back, and I cannot believe that you could even get out of bed, forget swing a bat.
It's so funny you say that. I wouldn't know how to get a hold of him, but there was a player when I was doing minor league hockey, and I still am good friends with one of the guys that was one of the better players there. And I was talking to him the other day. I said, I owe Matt Demarsky an apology.
Isn't that funny?
What did Yelich say?
He's like, thanks, man. It was bad. I said, I get it. I didn't get it. I did not get it. It's debilitating. It's just, you don't realize. To me, back is the second place. The number one thing, it's your toe. You don't realize when you break a toe how bad that can be. It's a little toe, and it interrupts everything.
Break the big toe.
I did break my big toe.
Sergeant Holka?
I couldn't run. I couldn't run. You can't run with a big toe. It's insane.
It's like trying to grab something with a broken thumb, right?
The Mount Rushmore of things you wouldn't expect to be debilitating.
Right.
Rushmore. The older you get, Rushmore gets really big.
It's funny.
David, you'll be proud of me because I probably went 5 years without watching a movie. I've watched 2 movies in the last 2 weeks. The Conclave, whatever, the Pope movie. My wife's, we're both Catholic, but my wife's very Catholic, so we took that in.
Okay.
And then I watched Founders, that McDonald's Ray Kroc thing, just because I wanted to see.
Those are the 2 movies you chose to watch for the first time in 5 years? Okay.
Yeah.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And David Samson is kind enough to join us once again. It's his day and time to do so. You know, David, nothing personal with David Samson. It's nearly 2 hours now. It begins at 7 a.m. in the East. It ended only a few minutes ago. You can follow David on X at David, the letter P. Sampson, David P. Sampson. his podcast airs live on tape from 8 until 10 Eastern. What network is that again?
The DraftKings Network,
See,
which you can go watch, but I'd rather
Right.
people watch you.
I was going to say, he's
Watch
on
me
it right
live.
now.
No,
Right.
actually, watch me not live after they're done with your show. How about that?
There you go. 15-minute detour. Hey, lots to talk about, especially after we didn't talk to you last week. I'm curious, was there ever discussions when you were in baseball about what the NFL and ESPN, their business agreement? Okay, was there ever anything like that in baseball where baseball wanted to buy into ESPN or buy into a television network or anything like that? Did that ever come up?
Yeah, we actually did a deal with ESPN where we sold them what was called BAMTech, which was the sort of back-end technology of what started as our MLB Advanced Media Company. And we did that deal with John Skipper, actually. And it was a cash deal because owners wanted cash. Now, if we had had more cash flow as an industry, as individual teams, maybe you would have said, how about some equity? That seems like a good idea. But when you're cash strapped and someone offers you equity, you say, that's super nice of you, but give me the money. I need the cash. And that's what we did in baseball. So looking back, listen, it's not just looking back, it's in everything. If you can afford to take equity, that's how you get rich. Salary's nice, don't get me wrong, but equity, that's the place to gain generational wealth. And if you can get equity in an ESPN, which is what the NFL did, that is a very positive thing, but it comes at the cost of current day cash. The NFL sold its media assets, and in theory, there will be zero cash distribution to the teams because they get enough from everywhere else.
No doubt. When other people's money is making you money,
That's
a good thing. That's the idea that we all want to get to. Speaking of cash strapped, I would imagine that the Rays are a little cash strapped because they're in the midst of selling their team. And they've got a rookie. I don't know. He's pretty damn good. This Junior Caminero kid, he's really good. And we were talking earlier about locking him up for several years. Well, with what the Rays have going on right now, one, are they able to, with the ownership change going on, and how much is that going to cost them down the road if they are unable to sign him the way the Braves did with Acuna, the way the Red Sox just did with their young stud? I mean, they've got a great player. We'd want to lock him up. You've been in that position. Would you be trying to lock him up right now?
Yeah, listen, Mark, one of the things that has changed in the past 20 years is that locking up young players, you used to get a discount from the player to give that player a guarantee. Now players want a premium. And my view is I'm not going to pay you a premium because if you get injured or you don't perform prior to arbitration, you're not going to make the kind of money that you're asking for. If you keep doing what you're doing, you will. But man, that's a pretty big if in this sport where the world is littered with athletes with a great first year and second year who don't end up with long careers. So that discount has disappeared. So these deals that are being signed with the young players, they're not working as well as they used to. But that's not why Tampa's not locking up Caminero right now, because it's really not up to Stu Sternberg. When you've got a sales agreement in place, here's a little secret. The new owner is not allowed to be involved in operations, but in the real world, practically speaking, Stu Sternberg is not doing one thing with the Rays that the new owner is not approving. And you actually put it in a deal, not the deal that gets approved by Major League Baseball, but another deal that you do that's not the sale of the team, but it's a deal on how you act during the sales process. Because can you imagine if you're selling the team, you have an agreement to sell it for $1.7 billion, and then all of a sudden you sign 10 free agents and you backload their deals, so you're paying them $80 million a year right after you sell the team. You can't allow that. And so there's agreements that are put in place. Hey, you need permission if you're going to make the following trades or the following signings. And baseball doesn't like that. Nobody likes having anyone operate the team who's not the actual owner. But in a sale, that's actually what's happening. So it's not Stu Sternberg's problem or fault if Caminero either gets signed or doesn't get signed. That's done at the request of or with the permission of the incoming owner.
Very quickly, I want to move on to something else, but would you, knowing what you know, do the Stanton and Yelich deals that you did all those years ago?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
The Yelich deal happened to have been one of the great deals. We got value for that.
I agree.
He outperformed that one. The Stanton deal, I don't regret in the least because I expected him to be a Marlin for life.
He's David Samson. Nothing personal with David Samson. Follow him on X at David, the letter P Samson, David P Samson. All right. Moving forward here. You grew up in Milwaukee, correct?
Till I was 4. I was born there and moved to New York when I was 4, but went back every summer, every school vacation, went to school in Wisconsin, college. So I love Milwaukee.
So are you a Brewers fan?
I love the Brewers. I've always loved the Brewers. It's I married my first wife was the doctor of the Brewers' daughter. So I met Bud Selig when I was 18 years old, and I was around that team always.
So do you want them to win the World Series? Are you rooting for them to win the World Series? Would it be a childhood thing? Oh my goodness, finally in my lifetime, they won the World Series.
No, I don't look at it that way. I would be super excited. I would love them to win, but I want Yelly to get a World Series ring. I want him to feel what that would be, but that's the same way that I root for the Braves and Ozuna and the Phillies and JT and the Yankees with Stanton. I want my guys to experience winning the way I got to and the way that I was never able to do for them. I want them to get that because it's a feeling that lasts a lifetime. But also for my friends in Milwaukee and family in Milwaukee, you know how many World Series they've got in Milwaukee? Any idea?
Well, as the Brewers, they've been to one and they didn't win it.
They are 0 for 1, and that one was in 1982.
Hello.
And for those of you doing math at home, that's 43 years ago. So if you're 43 or younger, you've never been to the World Series. Forget win one. So I would like the Brewers to get to the World Series and then win it.
Is it good for baseball if they do win it? Spending as little as they spend and knowing what's on the horizon for baseball with their new labor agreement, is it good for baseball for the Brewers to win the World Series?
I believe so. The networks would tell you that they'd like the Yankees and Dodgers in the World Series.
Right.
Of course.
Baseball would tell you they'd like the Yankees and Dodgers, not Yankees Mets. They want Yankees Dodgers because they're going to be negotiating new national deals. What owners will tell you is that they want the ability, no matter where they are, mid, small, or high payroll, they want the ability to have a chance to win a World Series. Then what the owners get told by the commissioner's office is, hey, there's a bunch of small payroll teams that make the playoffs every single year, and we love that. Once you get into October, it's a crapshoot. And by the way, we'd love it if the crapshoot always came out aces, meaning New York and LA were in the World Series. But we love when Milwaukee and Cleveland and Kansas City and Miami are in the playoffs because it means that there's hope and maybe less fighting on the ownership side because baseball playoffs are so random. But are they rooting for Milwaukee to be in the World Series and win it? Secretly, absolutely not. Make the playoffs for sure.
Do phone calls get made when an owner's doing a bad job? Like the guy in Pittsburgh. I mean, seriously. No, seriously. I mean, he's alienated. The fan base is a great baseball city. They have a glorious stadium. They have one or two players that you could build around in a big way.
David, what's the phone call? You tell me the phone call that you think will get made.
Hold on a second. I mean, I believe that Rob Manfred forced Stu Sternberg out, finally. I do. I believe he did that. Okay. So Rob Manfred never picks up the phone and says to the Pirates guy, listen, we can make your life hell. We can. It's stuff that's a secret. We can make it public. Okay. We can just, it never happens.
No, you got to save that for the racists. You can't just call owners because their team stinks, because teams stink on and off throughout a career of an owner.
They've had 5 winning seasons in 30 years. Okay,
it's not great. But
listen,
I had 18 years. I had a winning season in 03. I think how many? I only had 3.
No, you might have had 4. I thought you had 03, 04, 05, and then you had the one there.
09?
Yeah, like 89 wins that year.
Bad.
I think you had 4.
God, no one called me to say, man, you stink. You're going to get fired. No, it just doesn't work that way. And I hear what you're saying. It sounds not great. I get it. But at the end of the day, owners don't like owner on owner fighting in terms of relinquishing the franchise, because one day it could be them. So they just don't want to be a part of that. And two, the commissioner's got a lot of fish to fry. Now, making sure that they're spending revenue sharing, making sure that they win the grievances when the union files them, making sure that they're doing everything by the book. Of course, the commissioner's office gets involved in that. But calling Bob Nutting to say you're not good enough because your team doesn't win, I promise you that does not happen.
How do they get them to spend the money that they're supposed to spend, though? Because that's a different argument, David. I get
Very
where
different.
you're at with David there. But when you talk about spending the money they get from the luxury tax and they're not based on payroll, what do you then say?
Well, there's actually something in the CBA that requires the spend, and certainly a salary floor. If the union's complaining so much about Pirates, Marlins, etc., here's an idea. Allow a salary cap and a salary floor where the bottom payrolls will all go up and the top two payrolls will come down. But basically a salary cap and salary floor, and I'm not carrying water for the owners here at all. I'm just saying it's not going to have the impact that you think at the top. The bigger impact is the existence of the floor, where so many teams are under what a floor would be. So for me, it is an interesting argument that's going to be had about salary cap and salary floor. I don't think it will end up happening, but everyone thinking that it's so bad, it actually could be a benefit to way more cities than it's a detriment to.
15 seconds. What was your weekend of music? Who'd you go see?
I got to see Mark Roberge of OAR at Stephen Talkhouse, a very tiny venue, on Friday night, and then went to Vegas to see Backstreet Boys in the Sphere Saturday night. Two totally different experiences, different places, different feels, but still memorable both ways.
OAR and the Backstreet Boys.
It's something, isn't it?
Wow.
Listen,
that
I'm
is
David.
something. That is something.
David Samson. He is versatile and then some. Follow him on X at David the letter P Sampson, David P Sampson. Hey, thanks for joining us. Hope you're well. We'll talk next
Crazy
week.
game of poker. See ya.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mhm. I do think I want to check out the Sphere one day.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be the right act. Like I remember the Barstool guys all went to U2 and hated it and thought U2 was horrible. Like they didn't know any of the songs, and they said the Sphere was awesome. The concert sucked. I do know from my wife's boss going out to see Dead and Company. He's like, it doesn't matter where you sit. He goes, in fact, the further you are from the stage, the better.
Well, I just asked Samson. I go, is the Sphere all they make it out to be? And he said it's incredible. You need to go.
Probably bar food, Doug. I would imagine burgers and some barbecue. I don't know. I can't imagine for what it is that you're getting.
I thought they offered 3 things last year, and it's what Mark talked about. I think there was like pulled pork, hamburgers / sliders, and then I thought there was a chicken item I think you could put on a dish.
I do not have Paramount Plus. And probably won't be getting it anytime soon. The Landman show intrigues me. I would like to see that. I don't have Apple TV, and I'd rather watch Ted Lasso before I watched Landman. I believe so, Deadstroke, but I don't know the answer to that.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. Last chance to see you tonight at the Fantasy Football Summit. Go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. We'd love to see you there. We got one table that we added. Could still fit a few of you. And would love to see you. millerandmoulton.com, Fantasy Football Summit, Dr. Roto, dinner, Miller and Moulton, whole bunch of football talk, and you. Dinner starts at 6. The event starts at 7.
So we've got a couple of poll questions today, both involving teams 7, 8, 9, and 10 in the AP poll. And those teams are Oregon, Alabama, LSU, and Miami in that order. We ask which is most likely to finish the season in the Final Four and which is most likely to finish the season unranked. Boy, are you guys down on the Canes. 67% of you saying that the Canes are the most likeliest team to finish the season unranked. Oregon is the team you're highest on, with a little more than half of you predicting that Oregon is most likely to finish the season in the Final Four. LSU second, Alabama third. And since Miami's the most overrated, they are far and away the least underrated, with just 7% of you picking Miami to finish in the Final Four. For the record, David and I both voted Miami in the overrated column. And I voted LSU in the underrated column. I don't know who you voted for, David.
In the underrated, I voted Oregon. Underrated. So take it for what it's worth, both the coaches and the AP poll. But teams 7, 8, and 9, which in the AP poll yesterday, Oregon, Alabama, and LSU, are separated by 62 total votes/points. Miami at 10 is 285 points below number 9 LSU. There's like a clear line of demarcation with the AP voters. We've got our top 9, and then there's the rest. To give you an idea, okay, if you took off, we said Miami is 285 points behind number 9 LSU. If you subtract 285 from Miami's point total, that would drop them all the way down to 16. Now, you do the coaches, Mark, and it's the exact same thing. Miami is 233 points behind 9th-ranked LSU. And if you subtracted the 233 from that, Miami would drop all the way down to 19th. So both the media and the coaches have said there's like 9 very good to elite teams, and Miami is the best of the rest.
Right. Arizona State in the coaches poll far closer to Miami than obviously Miami is to LSU. But even than LSU is to Alabama in the coaches poll, there's a bigger gap there than the minuscule gap between the Canes and the Sun Devils for 10 and 11.
Well, doesn't it have to go? Miami's got 2 games, 2 big ones in the first half of the season.
Yep.
If Miami's going to underachieve, don't they have to lose them both? And they're both at home. It's Notre Dame. Granted, they're an underdog, but
Florida.
And Florida. And they, I think, will be a slight favorite in that game.
Yeah.
We'll
yes,
see.
depending on how the Notre Dame game goes.
Right.
Yes.
But if Miami is truly going to be the biggest underachiever of the top 10 teams, well, then that's LL. And then what? You hope that they're so staggered by that, even though in theory they don't have a conference loss. They can still go to the ACC championship, win the conference title, or if they win out, go 10-2, get to Charlotte. Hell, they might even be able to back into the 12-team playoff with a loss in the conference championship game. SMU did it last year. But
although SMU, they were the higher seeded team going into the ACC championship game.
They were, right.
That would be the only difference to what your draw. Although you don't know, because if they're undefeated in conference play, Miami could be the higher seeded team of ACC teams.
But if you think Miami is going to be the team, and we have had 15 plus consecutive years of a team ranked in the AP top 10 who ends up finishing unranked at the end of either the year or the regular season. Well, isn't it lose at home to Notre Dame, lose at home to Florida, at which point now a lot more games look trickier. The short week home game with Louisville. How about the road game at SMU on November 1st?
David, you're being generous, because I'm pretty sure before they get to either of those games, they've got to go to Tallahassee.
They do.
Because if they're look at right now, I would imagine even going to Tallahassee right now that the odds makers have Florida somewhere around a 7-point favorite.
I would say at least.
I would think that would be a fair guess as to what the spread on that game is. David, what's the spread like if the if the Canes are 2-2 following losses to Notre Dame and Florida? Then it's a 3-point game minimum.
I was going to say 3.5 tops. Yeah. Now, I will say Miami has 2 weeks after the Gator game to whether they're 4-0 and they're ranked in the top 3 or 3-1 or 2-2. And they're licking their wounds. And it's like, okay, now we play nothing but conference games because, they play their first 4 games, none of them in conference. So they can do the whole, our goals are still the same. We can meet them all, blah, 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 blah,
and
blah.
still make the playoff. Forget,
Right.
David's right. They'll say that. But all we care about at that point is they're still very playoff eligible because they will not have played a conference game.
But you wonder if they then lose a game before SMU. Okay, they've got Louisville and Stanford at home. Stanford's horrible. But they've got at the Knolls. Because I think even if they go 8-4, they probably stay ranked, but near the bottom, but they probably stay ranked. We're not picking anybody to do what Florida State did last year. Nobody sees a team that's ranked preseason top 10 going 2-10. But there's one team every year that's preseason top 10 that goes 5-7, 6-6, 7-5.
And look at Miami has more talent right now than Florida State does.
Yes.
And I don't think it's close, by the way.
I don't either.
But if somehow the Canes are 2-2 and they happen to lose in Tallahassee,
Well,
then all bets are off on the Canes.
Yep.
And then Cristobal's seat went from warm to scorching hot.
This is where the money comes in. Like, I don't know if Florida State can afford to get rid of Norvell. I don't think Miami can afford to get rid of Mario. LSU, even LSU, we had our guy on a couple of weeks ago. He said, listen, we ain't A&M. They can't get rid of Brian Kelly after this year. It would literally have to be a 2-10 type season, and that's not going to happen. I mean, there are certain schools that are like, some of these buyouts have been negotiated between 50 and 75 million. That's serious coin.
And David, specifically when you talk about LSU, there are so many teams that need to win week 1 for a lot of different reasons. But LSU, and I don't know if they're going to. I mean, they're an underdog against Clemson. But if they were to get that game, talk about a team. I don't know about playing with house money, but you know what I'm getting at, David. If they could get that game, what that would do to the confidence of Kelly and Nuss and everybody else associated with that LSU program would go a long damn way because everybody's got Clemson winning the ACC. And I mean everybody.
Clemson only a 4.5-point favorite at home. I'd have to lay the points right now. For as much as I love LSU's quarterback, only 4.5. Clemson in just about everybody's top 5. That's a small number.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, I'll tell you after. Too funny. No, Deadstroke. They won't all likely be televised on CBS. They may simulcast some on CBS.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes to the top of the hour. By the way, Bud Elliott, Seth Everett, already scheduled to be on the show tomorrow, both in the 8 o'clock Eastern hour tomorrow. Seth Everett, Bud Elliott in that order. And I think Bud's going to join us every Wednesday right on through the college football season for 4 months. He wanted to get started early. I was giving him another week or two.
Good.
Yeah,
About time. Get to work, Elliot.
Get to work, which implies that we pay them. But then again, listen, so guests on Miller and Moulton are kind of like college athletes. They both can't be employees. Is that it? But in our case, they're not getting anything.
Get to work, Elliot. That's all I'm saying.
Get to work, Elliot. I'll text that to him. Hey, can't wait to have you on tomorrow. Mark said, get to work, bud.
That's it. That's it.
Okay.
I'm going to get to work, all right?
All right.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today Was a Day When is brought to you by Game Day Men's Health with locations in Bonita Springs and Naples. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off your service. Call them today, 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441 or online GameDayMen'sHealth.com. It was today in 1877 that Thomas Edison records himself reciting "Mary Had a Little Lamb" on his newly completed cylinder phonograph, a device that records sound onto tinfoil cylinders. The Spanish-American War ended today in 1898, or at least the peace protocol ending the Spanish War is signed. The first Model T was built today in 1908. Henry Ford tested it himself on a hunting trip to Wisconsin and northern Michigan. He had to go the long way, though, because that bridge wasn't quite done yet. President Eisenhower raised the minimum wage from 75 cents an hour to $1 an hour today in 1955. The Beatles began their last concert tour of North America today in 1966, beginning at the International Amphitheater in Chicago, which is why the Beatles held a press conference prior to that show in Chicago, in which John Lennon apologizes for his "more popular than Jesus" remark. I still don't think he was that off.
But probably off nonetheless.
Oh, yeah, but not that far.
Not as far as certain people would believe.
Put it this way. If Taylor Swift said the same thing today, I don't think the backlash would be nearly as bad.
I think it would be 5 times worse.
Do you really?
Yes, with all the media today and the social media, yes, I think absolutely lose their blanking minds. Networks would take sides, and it would last weeks until football started.
Today in 1970, Curt Flood loses his $4.1 million antitrust suit against baseball.
Most people think he won,
right?
Because he's credited with changing baseball, and ultimately he did by the fight, but he lost the fight.
And also today in 1970 at Harvard, Janis Joplin would perform what would be her final conference. She would end with a version of Summertime. She would die less than 2 months later at the age of 27. Nicklaus wins his third of 5 PGA championships by 4 shots today in 1973. It was his 14th major title, surpassing Bobby Jones' record of 13 major titles. Obviously, Nicklaus would go on to win 18 majors.
Now, it was his 14th major because they counted his 2 U.S. amateurs. At the time, Jack only had 12 pro majors because that was August of 73, right?
Yes.
Jack would win in 75, both the Masters and the PGA. In 78, he'd win the British. In 80, he'd win the Open and the PGA. And then he won the 86 Masters. Jack won 6 more majors.
But they took away the amateur titles during that time.
Right.
Because Bobby Jones, obviously, with his 13 majors, the U.S. amateur and the British amateur counted then? Or no?
I believe so. I thought it was the 2 Opens and the 2 Ams.
Right.
Were the majors when Bobby Jones played, and he won 13 of them. But Jack won 2 U.S. amateurs, which is why, by the way, when Tiger was doing his thing, Tiger had 3 U.S. amateurs. I mean, literally Tiger was making the case, listen, I'm going to win as many or more majors as you, but if you want to count the amateurs, do it, because I got 1 more on you too.
1978, sad day in NFL history. Darryl Stingley was hit by Jack Tatum in a preseason game. He would suffer a spinal cord injury, leaving him being a quadriplegic after the hit. 1981, IBM unveils their first personal computer. The price, $1,565. Would help bring computers to the masses. 1991, Metallica releases their self-named 5th album. They didn't go with Metallica for any of their first 4. They went with Metallica for their 5th. It would debut as number 1 on the Billboard 200 chart. Major League Baseball goes on strike today in 94. It would lead to the cancellation of the World Series. Tiger wins the PGA today at Southern Hills, his 4th PGA championship in 2007. Michael Phelps wins his 3rd of 8 gold medals at the Beijing Games when he wins the 200-meter freestyle in a world record time. And Katie Ledecky today in 2016 wins the 800. That would give her 4 golds and a silver to make her the most decorated U.S. female athlete at one Olympic Games.
And 9 years later, she's still kicking,
You're damn right she is. Christy Mathewson, Cecil B. DeMille, George McGinnis, and the one that we all wonder, how did she not see it coming? Miss Cleo would have all celebrated birthdays today. Mark Knopfler from Dire Straits is 76 and still remains an unbelievably underrated guitarist. Sir Mix-a-Lot is 62. Pete Sampras, 54. Casey Affleck is 50. Antoine Walker, 49. David's favorite receiver, Plaxico Burress, is 48. And Tyson Fury is 37. What did I miss, David?
Not a damn thing. All over it. Well done.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Well, for the good today, we go to Indiana, where Alex Babbage, a Fort Wayne resident, is a world record breaker after apparently growing the largest sunflower ever in the world. The sunflower is 30 feet and 7 inches tall. Apparently, he tried to do it last year, and he came up short. But this year, in Fort Wayne, apparently they grow really tall sunflowers. I don't know, David. It's all I got.
Okay.
Let's see here. For the bad, we'll come to Florida, where James Farthing was at the lobby bar of a resort in St. Pete Beach, wearing shorts and sneakers, bragging about his financial windfall, saying, I'm a millionaire. I'm a millionaire.
Keep it to your damn self.
Apparently, he won the lotto and got a lot of money and then decided to go to the resort and try to fight everybody that he could. Officers were called to the resort in response to his unruly behavior. He was trying to fight everybody at the bar, the deputy reported, saying he was a millionaire. He was a millionaire. He was charged for disturbing the peace. He also has a litany of other charges before he won the lottery. And finally, the ugly, we go to Nebraska, where Madison County Sheriff's Office patrolling Highway 81 when he found a pickup truck pulling a flatbed without lights. The truck failed to stop. When they finally pulled over the truck, he was hauling 2 motorcycles in the truck. Kip Paulston of Iowa was completely naked, using a pair of pants to cover himself. When asked why he was naked, he stated he was hot and allergic to his own sweat. Well, the truck had been reported stolen, as did the motorcycles, which could have caused the reason why he was allergic to his own sweat. He was arrested. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Tuesday, August the 12th, here on Miller and Moulton.
Everybody in action in baseball. There were 8 teams that didn't play last night. Marlins, one of those teams, in Cleveland to face the Guardians, so that game has playoff implications because Cleveland's a game back of the Yankees for the final wild card. Rays remain out in Sacramento against the A's. Phillies and Reds continue their series. Nationally televised at 7 o'clock tonight, Cubs and Blue Jays, a couple of playoff teams, 7 o'clock TBS. So Milwaukee goes for 11 in a row, but they have to go through Skeens and the Pirates to do it. Skeens is basically even money. Do you take a flyer on Skeens and Pittsburgh snapping Milwaukee's 10-game winning streak?
I don't. I think Skeens will be leading 2-1 after 6, and the Brewers will win 5-2 because they'll destroy the bullpen.
Tough to argue with that. It's modern day. You wonder if this is one of those games. Okay. Does Skeens and the manager talk beforehand and just go, hey, let's press it tonight. Okay. That tonight's not a 96 pitch night. Maybe tonight's a 107, 108 pitch night tonight. All right. Because I mean, it's the Brewers are the best team in baseball. Come on. We don't have a lot of meaningful games left. What do you say? We played tonight like it's a playoff game.
That's cute.
Come on,
that's
now.
So cute.
You
David.
laughed at me a couple months ago when
so
I said
cute.
Skeens would go to the manager and ask to face, Skubal, and sure enough, he did. And the manager said it was fine with me, but you got to go through the veteran starter, and he wouldn't give up his slot. I'm just wondering, do you say, hey, let's go an extra inning tonight?
David, the part that I find so cute about this is that you believe that a baseball manager actually has the power to do this. Now, if you would have said that the general manager came down and said, Skeens, I'm going to let you go a little bit longer tonight, then I might buy into what you're saying. Because the manager doesn't have a damn thing to do with how long Paul Skeens is pitching. Not at all.
Okay, but just play along then. In that case, the manager then says, Paul, hold on. And they put Ben Cherington on speaker. They call him up and they go, hey, Paul wants to go an extra inning tonight. We want to press this. We want to go 107, 108 pitches tonight. Okay. Do you have a problem with that?
No, I'm trading him in the offseason anyhow.
Red Sox and Astros continue their series in Houston. WNBA tonight. This would be marquee if Caitlin was playing, but it's Paige Beckers in Dallas, and they're terrible in Indiana. And the Fever are not terrible. They're figured out how to win without Caitlin. The game's ESPN 7:30.
And she ain't even practicing.
No.
And they don't even have a timetable in place for when she's going to practice next. Leave games alone. I mean, obviously they would love her to play. They want to make money. I mean, come on now. No one sit there trying to say that the Fever are keeping her out for any other reason than that she's injured. but there's no timeline for her return to practice right now.
Holly Rowe did a WNBA game 3 weeks ago, and in her sideline report said they will not rush her back like they did last time. They had no practice for her last time. They're not going to do that. And she specifically said they have a 5-day period, which is next week. I think it's like the 16th through the 20th, where they don't play. And they said, she did, that will likely be the ramp-up period for Caitlin Clark to come back from this. So, yeah, she's still in sweats, hanging out, watching.
Guessing the ratings are probably the same across the board, though, because one player doesn't make a league, David.
Okay. Right.
That's what they tell us.
No, that's what certain people tell us.
That's their story, and they're sticking to it.
No, that's those that don't like her story, and they're sticking to it. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Miller and Moulton, our fantasy football summit is tonight. We will be there at 6. Dr. Roto starts at 7. Hope to see you then. Thanks for listening to Miller and Moulton. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Defining a new era in Men's Health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is